It's funny how a single sound, or the subtle wrongness of one, can carve a permanent scar into your memory. Even now, years later, I still hear it sometimes. The wind not quite sounding like wind, the crunch of leaves that didn't quite match my boots. It's a phantom echo that settles in the quiet moments, a stark reminder of the woods behind my childhood home. I was 22 that summer, old enough to think I knew everything, young enough to still make boneheaded decisions. Most people, when they think of growing up in northern Maine, picture quaint towns and lobster boats. Not me. We lived out on the edge of nowhere, a good 45 minutes from the nearest grocery store, with nothing but dense pine forest stretching for miles behind our property. That forest was my backyard, my playground, my sanctuary. I'd spent countless hours there, tracking deer, building forts, even just sitting and reading. I knew those woods like the back of my hand, or so I thought. That summer, I was back home from college, working a temporary construction job in the mornings and trying to escape the stifling humidity in the afternoons. My parents were both working long hours, so I usually had the house to myself. It was the perfect setup for a bit of solitude, something I always craved after months in a bustling dorm. I'd grab my old beat-up hiking boots, a water bottle, maybe a book, and just disappear into the trees. My parents always told me to be back before dusk, especially since cell service was non-existent once you got beyond the first ridge. "Don't go too deep," my dad would say, "and tell us where you're going." I usually just waved him off, promising to be careful, then promptly did my own thing. 22, remember, invincible. One particularly sweltering August afternoon, after a long, dusty shift, the woods were calling me more than usual. The air inside the house felt thick and heavy, promising a thunderstorm that never quite arrived. I needed the cool, filtered air of the forest, the familiar scent of pine needles and damp earth. I pulled on my boots, grabbed my usual gear, a half-full water bottle, a granola bar, and a paperback. I was halfway through. My phone, I knew, was useless out there, so I left it on my desk. Looking back, that was my first mistake, one of those minor errors that feel insignificant at the time, but carry the weight of everything that follows. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, just slipped out the back door and headed straight for the tree line. My usual route took me along a small, winding game trail that eventually opened up into a clearing with a small stream. It was a peaceful spot, one I'd frequented since I was a kid. The sounds of the forest there were always a comfort, the rustle of leaves, the distant chatter of squirrels, the chirp of unseen birds. Today, though, as I pushed through the initial thicket of evergreens, something felt off. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on immediately. The air was still humid, but the breeze seemed to catch the leaves in an odd way, a hollow whisper instead of the usual gentle sigh. I paused, listening. The forest was quiet, too quiet perhaps for mid-afternoon. The usual bird calls seemed muted, distant, as if they were holding their breath. I shrugged it off. Maybe the impending storm was affecting them, or maybe it was just the humidity dampening the sound. I pressed on, my boots crunching rhythmically on the dry leaves and twigs beneath my feet, but even the sound of my own footsteps felt strange. Usually it was a crisp, natural crunch, a sound I associated with grounding myself in nature. Today it had an almost papery quality, a dry, hollow rustle that didn't quite resonate with the weight of my stride. It was like walking on something brittle and thin, rather than the rich, compacted forest floor I was used to. I stopped again, listening intently. Nothing. Just that strange, muted whisper of wind through the unseen canopy and the oddly flat sound of my own presence. It was the kind of quiet that makes the hairs on your arms stand up, even when there's no logical reason for it. A primal, unsettling quiet that felt less like peace and more like a held breath. The woods, which had always felt like an old friend, suddenly felt like a stranger holding a secret. That was the opening spark, the first tiny crack in the familiar world I thought I knew so well. I pushed on, telling myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the humid air and my own fatigue. The clearing with the stream was only a few hundred yards further, a familiar comfort that would surely dispel this bizarre anxiety. But with every step, the feeling intensified. The air, which had promised a storm, now felt unnaturally still, heavy and thick, yet devoid of the usual buzzing life. There were no mosquitoes, no flies, not even the distant drone of a bumblebee. It was as if the very air had been vacuum sealed. The path itself, the game trail I followed 1,000 times, felt subtly wrong. The undergrowth seemed denser in places, thicker than I remembered, forcing me to push through saplings that shouldn't have been there. Other sections, usually overgrown, were strangely bare, almost scoured. The ground beneath my boots continued to yield that dry, papery crunch, and I found myself looking down, expecting to see a different kind of leaf litter, something alien, but it was just pine needles and dry oak leaves, exactly as they should be. Yet the sound was wrong. My heart started to beat a little faster. This wasn't just quiet, it was an absence. The forest wasn't just muted, it was silent. A vast, echoing silence that pressed in on me from all sides, suffocating and vast. I strained my ears, trying to pick out any natural sound, a distant car, the faint whistle of a train from miles away, anything to ground me. Nothing, just the hollow whisper of the non-wind and the unnerving rustle of my own feet. Then a flicker of movement caught my eye. Off to my left, deep within the shadows cast by the dense pines, I saw something. A brief, dark shape darting behind a thick tree trunk, too big for a squirrel, too low for a bird. My first thought was a deer, but the movement had been too abrupt, too angular. Deer usually moved with a fluid grace, a gentle undulation as they slipped through the undergrowth. This was more like a sharp, jerky motion, like something startled, or perhaps something hiding. I stopped dead, my hand instinctively going to my chest, trying to quiet my hammering heart. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding reedy and pathetic in the overwhelming quiet. "Is anyone there?" Only the silence answered. I waited, holding my breath, my eyes scanning the spot where I'd seen the movement. The shadows were deep and tangled, making it impossible to see anything clearly. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. A large bird, maybe an owl disturbed from its roost, a shadow playing tricks on my eyes, but the feeling of being watched was suddenly overwhelming, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I shook my head, trying to clear the mounting unease. This was ridiculous. I was letting my imagination run wild. There was nothing out here but trees and animals. Still, I didn't want to walk blindly into whatever might be there. I decided to skirt the area, giving the unseen presence a wide berth, and pressed on, my pace quickening. The clearing was close now, I could feel it. The trees were beginning to thin slightly, and a faint patch of brighter light filtered through the canopy ahead. But as I emerged from the final thicket into what should have been my peaceful clearing, my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't the clearing I knew. The stream was gone. Completely gone. Where the gentle, winding stream should have been, trickling over smooth stones and feeding into a small, moss-covered pool, there was nothing but dry earth. A gash in the ground, deep and cracked like a wound in the forest floor, marking where the water once flowed. The rocks were still there, but they were coated in a fine, powdery dust, bleached white by an unseen sun, completely devoid of their usual damp, vibrant green moss. The ground was hard and brittle, crumbling under my boots as I took a tentative step forward. My mind reeled. This was impossible. This stream had been there my entire life. It was fed by a spring miles deeper in the woods, a constant, reliable source of water. It didn't just dry up. Not completely, not in the middle of a humid August where there hadn't been a drought. It was like someone had just scooped it out, leaving only the scar. I walked further into the clearing, my eyes wide, scanning every familiar landmark. The big fallen oak, its trunk usually damp and teeming with insects, was now a bleached skeletal husk, dry to the touch. The patch of wild berries my mother always loved, normally thriving near the stream's edge, was withered and brown, the fruit shriveled and dead. Even the air here felt different, drier, hotter than the surrounding forest, with an odd, earthy smell like old, decaying leaves mixed with something acrid, almost metallic. Panic began to rise, cold and sharp. This wasn't just a quiet forest anymore. This was wrong, fundamentally, terrifyingly wrong. Had I taken a wrong turn, had I somehow, impossibly, wandered into a completely different part of the woods, I looked around, desperate for something, anything familiar. The clearing was roughly oval, surrounded by the same dense pines, but the entire feel of it was alien. The light filtering through the trees was harsh, not the soft, dappled light I remembered. The shadows felt deeper, more menacing. I tried to retrace my steps to find the trail I followed in, but as I turned, the path seemed to vanish. The trees behind me looked indistinguishable from each other, a solid green wall with no obvious break. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I wasn't lost. I couldn't be lost. I knew these woods, but the woods I knew were gone, replaced by this unsettling, desolate version. My mind scrambled for explanations. A logging operation. No, that would leave distinct marks, cut stumps, tire tracks, a flash flood. But floods bring water, not desiccation, and the streambed looked like it had been dry for a very long time. A sinkhole that drained the stream. That still didn't explain the overall desolation, the dead plants, the altered light. I started to walk in a slow circle, calling out, "Hello, is anyone out here?" My voice was thin, swallowed by the vast silence. The quiet was absolute now. Even the strange whisper of wind seemed to have died. The air felt heavy, like a shroud. Then I saw it. On the far side of the clearing, near the edge of the tree line, was a small, dark shape. It stood out against the dead, light-colored undergrowth, a stark contrast. My first thought was a backpack, perhaps a lost hiker. But as I cautiously approached, my steps crunching on the brittle ground, I realized it was too small for a backpack, and the shape was wrong. It was a doll. A child's doll, lying face down in the dirt, one arm bent at an unnatural angle. It was old, worn, made of porcelain or some kind of hard plastic, dressed in what looked like a faded, dirty dress. Its hair, once blonde, was matted with grime and twigs. It looked ancient, like something found in an archaeological dig, not something recently dropped. My blood ran cold. No child came this deep into the woods. My parents had always warned me about the dangers, the wild animals, the vastness. And even if a child somehow did, a doll like this, so clearly old, didn't fit. It had an unsettling, almost malevolent presence, lying there, half buried in the dust, a bizarre, misplaced relic. I hesitated, wanting to leave it to run, but something compelled me forward. A morbid curiosity mixed with a desperate need to find something that made sense. I knelt beside it, the dusty air irritating my throat. As I reached out a trembling hand, I noticed something else. Embedded in the dry earth just a few inches from the doll's head was a small, crudely carved wooden bird. It was roughly shaped, almost childlike in its simplicity, but clearly identifiable as a bird, perhaps a wren, with 2 dots for eyes and a small, pointed beak. It wasn't painted, just bare, aged wood. I picked up the bird. It felt light, almost weightless, and smooth beneath my fingers. It wasn't something I recognized. No local artisan made these. It felt ceremonial in a strange, disturbing way, like a grave offering. My mind screamed at me to get out. This was too much. The dried up stream, the dead flora, the absolute silence, and now this eerie, ancient doll with its wooden bird. Every instinct I possessed was yelling danger, but my rational mind, or what was left of it, kept trying to piece things together. What could cause all of this? Some kind of geological shift, a localized environmental catastrophe. But the suddenness, the specific desolation of this clearing, yet the surrounding forest still looking relatively normal, albeit quiet, was bewildering. I stood up, clutching the wooden bird, my eyes darting around the clearing. The feeling of being watched intensified, prickling my skin like 1,000 tiny needles. It wasn't the feeling of a deer or a bear anymore. It was something colder, more intelligent, more patient. I had to get out. I had to find a way back to the familiar path, back to my house, back to sanity. I turned, scanning the tree line, trying to discern any familiar break in the uniform green. There was none. The path I'd entered on seemed to have vanished completely, swallowed by the indistinguishable density of the pines. Panic started to set in, a cold, hard knot in my stomach. I was lost. Truly, irrevocably lost, not just in the geographical sense, but in some deeper, more fundamental way. The woods, my sanctuary, had betrayed me. I forced myself to breathe shallow, ragged breaths that did little to calm my racing heart. I knew the general direction of my house. If I kept heading east, eventually I'd hit the old logging road, or at least familiar territory. I just needed to push through the trees. I plunged back into the forest, leaving the desolate clearing and the unsettling doll behind. I tried to walk in a straight line, but the trees were thick, the ground uneven. My boots still made that strange, papery crunch, and the silence pressed in, amplifying every rustle of my clothes, every twig I snapped. The further I went, the more distorted everything became. The trees themselves started to look wrong. Not physically altered, but subtly off. Their branches seemed to twist at odd angles. Their bark was rougher, darker than I remembered. The light, already strange in the clearing, grew dimmer here, as if the canopy had thickened overhead, blocking out more sun than it should. The air grew heavier, colder, despite the heat of the day. My sense of direction, usually infallible in these woods, began to falter. East became north, north became west. I kept trying to correct myself, to find some familiar landmark, a specific rock formation, a large, gnarled tree I knew, a small rise in the terrain. But everything looked the same, a monotonous, endless sea of pine. And then I heard it again, the movement, that same sharp, angular darting through the undergrowth. This time it wasn't just a flicker. I caught a glimpse of something larger, darker, moving parallel to me just out of sight, always behind the thickest trees. It wasn't following me directly. It was moving with me, pacing me, a silent companion in this suffocating labyrinth. "Who's there?" I yelled, my voice cracking with fear. "Show yourself." No answer, only the rustle of unseen movement, just beyond the edge of my vision. It was playing with me, or hunting me. My legs ached, my throat was dry, and every nerve in my body was screaming. I stumbled, catching my foot on a root, barely managing to stay upright. I needed to run, to sprint, to put as much distance between myself and whatever was out there. But running felt futile. The woods were too dense, too disorienting. I didn't know where I was going, and whatever was keeping pace with me seemed unaffected by the terrain. I kept moving, pushing branches aside, stepping over fallen logs, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The wooden bird I still clutched felt like a talisman, a small, cold comfort in my sweaty palm. I didn't know why I hadn't dropped it. Maybe it was the only tangible link to the strange reality I'd stumbled into. Suddenly, a sound cut through the oppressive silence. Not the wind, not a rustle, a low, guttural growl. It was deep, resonating in my chest, and it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't the growl of a bear. It was too unnatural, too prolonged, too steady, almost like a machine humming, but alive. I froze, every muscle tensed. The sound stopped as abruptly as it began, leaving a ringing echo in my ears. My heart felt like it was going to burst through my ribs. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, then opened them, trying to locate the source. Nothing. The trees still stood, silent, watchful. "This isn't real," I whispered, trying to convince myself. "It's a dream." I fell asleep in the heat. But the cold dread in my gut was undeniably real. The strange, metallic smell was real. The ache in my legs was real. And the growl had been terrifyingly real. I had to find some high ground, a vantage point. Maybe I could spot something familiar from above, or at least get a clearer sense of direction. I remembered a small rocky outcrop a few miles east of my house, a place where I sometimes sat to watch the sunset. If I could reach that, I might be able to orient myself. I altered my course, trying to navigate towards what I hoped was east. The forest continued its unsettling transformation. The trees grew taller, their branches intertwining so densely that the sky was often just a sliver of gray above me. The undergrowth became even more tangled, thorny bushes grabbing at my clothes, tearing at my skin. After what felt like hours, my legs burning, my lungs aching, I thought I saw a break in the trees ahead, a patch of brighter light. Hope surged through me. Maybe I was finally getting out. Maybe I was nearing the edge of this nightmare. I burst through the last line of thick evergreens, stumbling out into another clearing. My hope instantly evaporated, replaced by a fresh wave of horror. It was another clearing, but this one was far larger, more desolate than the first. And it was circular, perfectly so, like a vast, ancient amphitheater carved out of the earth. The ground was not just dry here, it was utterly barren. Black, cracked earth stretched out before me, devoid of a single blade of grass or a living plant. It looked like the aftermath of a massive fire, but there was no ash, no charred remains, just this dead, sterile soil. And in the very center of this enormous, barren circle stood a single, colossal tree. It was unlike any tree I had ever seen. Its trunk was impossibly wide, easily 20 feet across, and reached up into the sky further than any pine or oak. Its bark was a twisted, gnarled mass of black, like petrified lightning spiraling upwards. But what truly froze me was its branches. They were bare, skeletal, completely devoid of leaves, reaching out like massive, clawed arms, scraping against the perpetually gray sky. And from these branches, hundreds, perhaps thousands, of small, dark objects hung suspended. As my eyes adjusted, my stomach lurched. They weren't leaves, they were the wooden birds. Hundreds of them, thousands, suspended by invisible threads, swaying slightly in the non-wind, catching the dim, strange light. Some were like the one in my hand, roughly carved. Others were more detailed, more intricate, varying in size and shape, but all undeniably birds. They hung like a grotesque, macabre ornamentation, a silent chorus of death. The air here was utterly still, heavy with that metallic, acrid smell, stronger now, almost suffocating. The silence was absolute, pressing down on me, stealing my breath. This was not a natural place. This was something ancient, something unspeakably wrong. A wave of vertigo washed over me, my vision blurred at the edges. I felt a cold despair settling into my bones. I wasn't just lost. I had stumbled into a place that shouldn't exist, a place beyond the veil of the familiar world. This was the secret the woods were holding. I heard a faint, rustling sound directly behind me. I spun around, my heart hammering. There, standing at the edge of the barren clearing where I had entered, was a figure. It was tall, incredibly thin, almost skeletal, and completely cloaked in what looked like dark, rough fabric, the color of dried blood. It was impossibly still, just standing there watching me. I couldn't see its face as a hood was pulled low over its head, obscuring everything but a patch of deep, impenetrable shadow where a face should be. But I could feel its gaze, a cold, intense pressure that seemed to pierce through me. Fear, raw and primal, seized me. This wasn't an animal. This wasn't human. This was the source of the growl, the cause of the movement in the shadows, the architect of this desolate, impossible place. My legs screamed at me to run, but they were frozen. I couldn't move. I could only stare at the figure, an unblinking, silent sentinel at the threshold of this nightmare. The wooden bird in my hand felt heavy, suddenly cold, like a piece of ice. The figure took a single, slow step forward. The sound of its movement, a soft, dry whisper on the cracked earth, was the only thing that broke the immense silence. It was coming for me. My mind finally snapped. The sheer terror unlocked my limbs. I turned and ran. Not back the way I came, but blindly towards the other side of the circular clearing, away from the figure, away from the gnarled, bird-laden tree. I ran with a desperate, animalistic energy, my boots pounding on the dead earth, throwing up clouds of fine, black dust. My lungs burned, my vision tunneled. I didn't look back, I just ran, hoping to escape this nightmare, hoping to find a way back to a world where streams flowed, birds sang, and the woods were a familiar, comforting friend, not a silent, predatory stranger. The tree line on the far side of the clearing seemed impossibly distant, but I pushed myself harder. The image of that cloaked figure, that dead tree, and those hanging wooden birds burned into my mind. I could feel its gaze on my back, a palpable weight, pushing me, urging me forward. It wasn't chasing me, not in the traditional sense, but its mere presence felt like a relentless pursuit. I finally reached the edge of the clearing, gasping for air, my body screaming in protest. I plunged back into the woods, not caring where I was going, just desperate to put something between myself and that awful place. The trees here were different again. Taller, darker, their branches more tangled, almost forming a solid wall. The light was almost completely gone, even though it should still be mid-afternoon. It was like I had stepped into perpetual twilight. The air grew heavy, thick with moisture and cold, a creeping, bone-deep cold that didn't belong in August. My breath plumed in front of me. This was impossible. The temperature should be warm, humid, yet here it was like deep winter. I pushed on, stumbling through the growing gloom. The wooden bird was still clutched in my hand, now almost painful in its coldness, as if it was drawing the heat from my body. I wanted to drop it, but I couldn't bring myself to. It felt like the only link, the only piece of this nightmare that was truly mine to hold. Then through the darkness, I saw a faint glow, a soft, pulsating light deep in the woods ahead. It was a golden orange hue like embers, but too large, too steady to be a campfire. My first thought was hope that it was a house, a cabin, a sign of human life. But then the memory of the cloaked figure, the dead clearing, the impossible cold washed over me, and a new terror mingled with the desperate hope. Nothing here was what it seemed. I approached cautiously, trying to keep quiet, moving from tree to tree, using their thick trunks as cover. The light grew stronger, pulsating with a slow, hypnotic rhythm. It was emanating from a structure. It wasn't a house. It was a standing stone, taller than any man, smoothly carved and impossibly ancient. glowing with an internal ethereal light. It stood in the middle of a small, natural alcove formed by a ring of ancient, impossibly tall pine trees, their branches so interwoven above that they formed a complete dark dome, completely obscuring the sky. The ground around the stone was covered in a thick layer of moss, strangely vibrant and green, a stark contrast to the dead earth of the larger clearing. The air here felt different again, not cold, not hot, but neutral, heavy, and charged with an almost palpable energy. A soft hum resonated through the ground, vibrating up through my boots, a low thrum that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. It was the same sound, but deeper, more sustained than the growl I had heard earlier. As I drew closer, peeking from behind a massive pine, I saw something else. In front of the glowing stone, kneeling on the mossy ground, was a figure. It was the same cloaked figure I had seen in the barren clearing, impossibly tall and thin, shrouded in the same dark, blood-colored fabric. Its hood was still drawn low, obscuring its face, but I could feel its presence, a profound, ancient weight in the air. It was not alone. Around it, arranged in a rough circle, were several more of the wooden birds. They weren't hanging. They were placed carefully on the moss, facing the standing stone like offerings. And as I watched, transfixed by a horror I couldn't comprehend, the cloaked figure slowly, deliberately, reached out a hand. Its hand was long, thin, almost skeletal, with 3 impossibly long fingers ending in sharp, black nails. It picked up one of the wooden birds, the light from the stone glinting off its dark, smooth surface. And then, with an eerie, silent grace, it placed the bird on top of the glowing stone. As the bird touched the stone, the golden light pulsed brighter, and the low hum deepened, reverberating through the entire alcove. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer radiated outwards from the stone. The moss on the ground seemed to glow with a faint, inner light. I stood there, hidden, barely breathing, clutching my own wooden bird. My mind was screaming for an explanation, for a way out, for a rationalization. But there was none. I was witnessing something ancient, something sacred and terrible, a ritual from a world beyond human understanding. This wasn't the Maine woods anymore. This was a place where old magic lingered, a place that stole streams and twisted reality, and where silent, cloaked figures performed unknown rites with carved birds and glowing stones. My entire body trembled. I couldn't stay. I had to leave. I had to get away from this place and never look back. But the magnetic pull of the scene, the sheer terror and morbid fascination, held me rooted. The figure slowly lowered its hand, then rose to its full, towering height. It turned its head slowly, deliberately, as if sensing my presence. I shrank back behind the tree, pressing myself against the rough bark, my heart a frantic drum in my ears. I knew it couldn't see me, not through the thick pine, but I felt its gaze, a chilling awareness. It was looking in my direction. The hum intensified, vibrating the very ground beneath my feet. The glowing stone pulsed with a relentless, blinding light. The air grew thick, shimmering, distorting the edges of my vision. I felt a pressure building in my head, a dizzying nausea. Then from the depths of the shadowy hood, a sound emerged. Not a growl this time, not a hum, a whisper. A long, drawn-out, sibilant whisper that seemed to speak directly into my mind, bypassing my ears, seeping into my very thoughts. I couldn't understand the words. It was not a language I knew, but the meaning was clear. It was a summoning, a calling, and the chilling implication, unspoken but undeniable, was that it was calling for me. Every fiber of my being screamed. This was the moment. Fight or flight, but there was no fighting this. I had to flee. I had to run, not just from the figure, but from this entire, impossibly wrong section of the world. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I turned and plunged back into the dark, cold forest, leaving the glowing stone and the whispering figure behind. I didn't know if I was running further into the nightmare or towards some semblance of escape, but I couldn't stay. The whisper was in my head now, a phantom echo, pulling at me, calling my name or some approximation of it in a language older than memory. The wooden bird in my hand was now burning cold, a strange, terrible weight. I had to get out. I ran, the cold, dark forest swallowed me whole, a maw of ancient, gnarled trees in suffocating silence. The whisper, though no longer an audible sound, echoed in the hollows of my mind, a relentless pull, a promise of something terrible and profound. It wasn't calling my name, not exactly, but a deeper part of me, a primal core, felt its resonance. The wooden bird, a tiny, innocuous carving, had become a burning ember of ice in my palm, its cold searing my skin, yet I couldn't release it. It felt intrinsically tied to this horror, a key I couldn't discard. My breath tore through my lungs, each gasp a ragged saw blade against my raw throat. My legs, heavy with exhaustion, still pumped with a frantic, desperate energy. I stumbled, fell, scraped my knees on unseen roots, but scrambled back up, propelled by a fear that had transcended mere panic. This was terror, pure and absolute, a cold, unwavering certainty that if I stopped, I would be found. The forest was a maze of impossible darkness. The perpetual twilight I had noticed earlier had deepened into an oppressive, starless night, though my internal clock screamed that it should still be mid-afternoon. There was no moon, no hint of sky, just the dense, interwoven canopy above, a black ceiling that pressed down on me. The cold was unbearable, an unnatural chill that bit at my exposed skin, seeped through my clothes, and rattled my bones. Every gust of wind, when it dared to stir, felt like an icy claw raking across my face. I plunged deeper, my vision blurring with tears and exertion. The trees themselves seemed to shift, their forms wavering in the gloom. Branches, previously just obstacles, now seemed to twist and reach, grasping at my hair, snagging my clothes. They weren't moving, I told myself. It was just my mind playing tricks in the terrifying darkness. But a tendril of fear whispered, what if they were? What if the woods themselves were alive and complicit in this monstrous game? The ground beneath my feet was treacherous. It was no longer the papery crunch I had grown accustomed to, nor the familiar forest floor. Here, it was a damp, spongy earth, slick with an unseen moisture, making every step precarious. Strange, phosphorescent fungi glowed faintly on the trunks of ancient trees, casting an eerie, sickly green light that only served to deepen the shadows and distort my perception. Their presence did little to alleviate the pervasive darkness, instead adding a layer of hallucinatory unease. The whisper in my head intensified with every hurried step. It wasn't coherent words, but a chorus of ancient sounds, a discordant symphony of clicks, rasps, and whistles, interwoven with that sibilant hiss. It was like 1,000 voices speaking at once, yet somehow all of them were directed at me, burrowing into my consciousness. I pressed my hands against my ears, futilely trying to block it out, but the sound was internal, originating from within, echoing in the very core of my being. I knew I was running aimlessly, but the idea of stopping, of trying to orient myself, was impossible. My instincts were screaming to move, to put distance between myself and that glowing stone, that cloaked figure, that impossible ritual. The wooden bird, still burning cold in my hand, felt like it was guiding me, pulling me in a direction I didn't choose yet couldn't resist. It was a strange, terrible tether to this nightmare. Hours passed, or what felt like hours. Time had lost all meaning. My throat was raw, my muscles screamed in protest, and my mind felt stretched to breaking point. I was beyond exhaustion, beyond pain, existing solely on adrenaline and the primal urge for escape. The cold gnawed at me, threatening to drag me down, but the whisper, ever present, kept me moving. Suddenly, the dense canopy overhead thinned, and a sliver of light, not the gray of the afternoon, but a pale, milky white, pierced the darkness. Hope, a fragile, trembling thing, surged through me. Was this the edge of the impossible forest? Was I finally breaking free? I pushed forward, scrambling through a particularly dense thicket of thorny bushes that clawed at my clothes and tore at my skin. I emerged into a clearing, gasping, expecting to see a familiar landscape, perhaps the logging road, or even the distant lights of a town. But it was not a familiar clearing. It was vast, circular, like the barren one, but completely different. Here, the ground was not barren earth, but a carpet of fine, impossibly white dust, luminous in the strange, milky light. It shimmered with an ethereal glow like fresh fallen snow, yet there was no cold here, only a still, neutral air. The silence, too, was different. It wasn't the oppressive, suffocating silence of the other clearings, but a soft, hushed quiet, almost reverent, as if the air itself was holding its breath. And in the center of this luminous, dust-covered expanse stood another structure. It was a massive, perfectly smooth sphere, at least 30 feet in diameter, made of the same milky white, glowing substance as the ground. It hummed softly, a low, resonant thrum that was deeper, more soothing than the one I had heard at the Standing Stone, yet equally unsettling. It wasn't natural. It was utterly alien, a perfect, glowing orb pulsating with an inner light, a cosmic pearl dropped into the heart of an ancient forest. I stared, mesmerized and horrified. This was another impossible sight, another piece of the world that shouldn't exist. My mind, already frayed, threatened to unravel completely. What was this place? What was happening? As I gazed at the sphere, I noticed movement at its base. Figures, many of them. They were cloaked like the one I had fled, but these were smaller, perhaps half its height, and their cloaks were not blood red, but a dark, iridescent black, shimmering faintly in the sphere's light. They moved with a slow, deliberate grace, circling the sphere, their movements synchronized, almost ritualistic. Their hoods were drawn low, obscuring their faces, just like the towering figure. And they were carrying something. In their long, skeletal hands, each of them held a wooden bird, not hanging, not placed, but clutched, cradled, almost reverently. They moved in a silent procession, a solemn, eerie dance around the glowing orb. The whisper in my head, which had momentarily receded at the sight of this new horror, now surged back, stronger than ever. It was no longer a frantic summoning, but a slow, persuasive entreaty, drawing me forward, urging me to join the procession. The wooden bird in my hand began to vibrate, a low, buzzing tremor, and its cold intensified, radiating up my arm, threatening to numb my entire body. My feet against my will took a step forward, then another. I was walking towards them, towards the sphere, towards the ritual. My mind screamed in protest, but my body felt possessed, moving with an eerie autonomy. The bird in my hand was leading me, a silent, terrible compass. No, I choked out, the word a desperate whisper in the vast, luminous clearing. I tried to resist, to dig my heels into the soft, white dust, but my legs continued to carry me forward. It was like watching myself from a distance, a puppet on invisible strings. As I drew closer, the smaller, cloaked figures paused their procession. Slowly, one by one, they turned their heads towards me. I still couldn't see their faces, but I felt their collective gaze, a profound, ancient awareness that permeated the air. It was not hostile, not threatening, but incredibly, disquietingly curious. They began to hum. It was a low, resonant sound, deeper than the sphere's thrum, and it seemed to emanate from their very forms, vibrating through the ground and into my bones. It was a gentle, hypnotic sound, strangely beautiful, yet utterly terrifying. It filled the air, replacing the whisper in my head with its own insistent melody, drawing me further into their circle. I was only a few yards from the edge of their procession when I saw something else, something that ripped through the veil of my terror and brought a fresh wave of horror. Lying on the ground, scattered amidst the white dust, were clothes, faded, tattered remnants of human clothing, a small child's shoe, a ripped jacket, a pair of worn jeans, and amongst them, glinting faintly, a small silver locket half buried in the dust. These weren't ancient relics, these were recent. They were clothes like the ones I wore, like the ones my neighbors wore. And the implication, sickening and stark, crashed down on me. The people who wore these clothes, they were gone, and perhaps they had joined this silent procession. The humming intensified. The figures began to move again, resuming their slow, deliberate walk around the sphere, their collective gaze still fixed on me. They were inviting me to join them, to become one of them, to shed my humanity and embrace the ancient, terrible secret of these woods. A desperate surge of adrenaline, fueled by a renewed will to live, fought back against the compulsion. I will not become one of them. The thought burned through the fog in my mind. The wooden bird was still cold, still vibrating, but I forced my fingers to unclench. With a final, agonizing effort, I flung it from me, sending it skittering across the white dust, away from my body, away from this place. The moment the bird left my hand, the chilling cold receded, and the internal whisper, the humming from the cloaked figures, lost some of its hypnotic power. The invisible strings that had pulled me seemed to slacken. The compulsion was still there, a strong, seductive current, but I could fight it now. The cloaked figures paused, their humming ceased. The silence that followed was absolute, heavy with a palpable tension. They turned as one towards the wooden bird I had thrown, then back to me. I sensed a shift in their collective demeanor, a subtle change from curiosity to something colder, something approaching irritation. This was my chance. With a primal scream that tore from my throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated defiance, I spun around and ran. Not back towards the dark, cold forest, not towards the unknown horrors I had just fled, but blindly towards the furthest edge of this luminous clearing, towards a section of trees that seemed less twisted, less menacing than the ones I had emerged from. I ran with everything I had left, my boots kicking up clouds of white dust, my lungs burning, the clothes on the ground flashing in my peripheral vision like grave markers. The silence behind me was broken only by the soft, rhythmic hum of the sphere, which seemed to grow louder, more insistent, as if urging the figures to pursue. I didn't dare look back. I just ran, driven by an instinct more powerful than fear, the desperate, unyielding will to survive. I burst into the trees, pushing through a thick curtain of dark green foliage, not caring about the scratches and tears. The light from the luminous clearing faded behind me, replaced by a strange, muted gloom. The trees here were different again, not twisted and gnarled, not impossibly dark, but strangely uniform, tall and slender, their trunks smooth and pale. The undergrowth was sparse, making my passage easier, but the ground was soft, almost spongy, muffling my footsteps. The air was cool, but not the bone-deep cold from before, more like an autumn chill, despite the continuing internal reminder that it was August. The pervasive silence, however, remained. No birds, no insects, no rustle of unseen animals. Just the sound of my own ragged breathing and the thud of my feet on the soft ground. I was still lost, still trapped in this impossible, shifting landscape, but the immediate, suffocating dread of the cloaked figures had receded slightly. I kept moving, trying to maintain a straight line, hoping to eventually break free of this supernatural pocket of the woods. My rational mind was barely functioning now, replaced by a raw, instinctual drive. I was no longer trying to understand, I was simply trying to escape. After what felt like another eternity, the trees began to change once more. They grew denser, older, their bark rougher, their branches more tangled. The ground became uneven, littered with roots and rocks. I could feel a subtle incline, a gradual climb upwards. This felt familiar. This felt like the terrain I knew, the gradual ascent to the rocky outcrop I had hoped to reach earlier. A spark of genuine hope, for the first time in what felt like days, ignited within me. I pushed myself harder, forcing my weary legs to climb. The air grew thinner, cooler as I ascended. The gloom persisted, but now I could almost convince myself it was just the approach of dusk, a real dusk, not the artificial darkness of the impossible forest. Finally, I broke through the last line of trees, stumbling out onto a rocky ledge. The air hit me with a sudden force, a brisk wind that whipped through my hair and tugged at my clothes. I gasped, not just from exertion, but from the sight before me. I was on the rocky outcrop, the same one I knew. Below me, spread out in the dimming light of what was undeniably a late afternoon sky, was the familiar vista of the Maine woods. Miles of dense, green canopy, undulating gently towards the distant, hazy line of the horizon. In the far distance, barely visible through the pines, I could make out the faint, silvery gleam of the lake, a landmark I had not seen in what felt like an eternity. And somewhere, hidden amongst those trees, was my house. A wave of dizzying relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. I was out. I had escaped. I was back in the real world. I sank onto the rough stone, my legs trembling, my body aching in every conceivable way. I pressed my face into my hands, hot tears mingling with the grime and sweat on my cheeks. It was over. The nightmare was finally over. But as my breathing slowed and the initial euphoria began to fade, a new realization, cold and chilling, began to settle in. The silence. It was still there. Even here on the familiar outcrop, with the vast, sprawling forest stretching before me, there was no sound. No distant hum of traffic, no faint whistle of a train, no chirping birds, no rustling leaves, no buzzing insects. The wind, though brisk, made no sound as it swept across the rocks. It was the same unnatural, profound silence that had permeated the impossible clearings, the same held breath that had marked the beginning of my nightmare. My eyes darted across the landscape. The trees below looked normal, not twisted, not impossibly dark. The sky above was a real, darkening gray-blue, not the artificial gloom I had stumbled through. Yet the silence, it was absolute. And then I saw it. Almost imperceptibly, just on the very edge of the vast green canopy below, where the woods met the distant, hazy horizon, something shimmered. A faint, almost transparent haze, like heat rising from asphalt on a summer day, but perfectly still, perfectly defined. It stretched across the horizon, a subtle, wavering line, almost invisible against the backdrop of the trees. It was a barrier. A shimmering, ethereal wall, separating the woods I could see from whatever lay beyond. It was a demarcation line, a boundary. And the silence, I now understood, was not just in these woods, but was the very nature of the barrier. a soundless wall that kept everything in and everything out. My heart began to pound anew, a frantic, sickening rhythm. I wasn't out, not completely. I had escaped one nightmare only to find myself in another, larger one. I was still trapped, still contained within this impossible section of the world. The woods I knew, the familiar world I craved, was still beyond my reach, held captive behind that shimmering, silent wall. My gaze dropped to my hand where the wooden bird had been. It was gone. I had thrown it in the luminous clearing. But as I looked closer, I noticed something else on the palm of my hand, a faint red mark. Not a scratch, not a bruise, but a perfectly circular, perfectly symmetrical pattern like a brand. It was the shape of a bird, a tiny, faint imprint of wings and a small, pointed beak just beneath my thumb. It was cold to the touch and seemed to throb with a faint, internal pulse. The whisper, which had been silent for a while, now returned to my mind. Not a frantic call, not an insistent hum, but a single, clear thought, sharp and cold as ice. You carry our mark now. You carry the calling. I scrambled to my feet, my legs still shaking, and stumbled back towards the trees, away from the silent panorama, away from the shimmering barrier, away from the terrifying realization. I had to find a way out, a real way out. The woods might be familiar in appearance now, but the silence, the mark, the lingering whisper, they were a testament to the fact that the nightmare was far from over. I was still within its grasp. The sun was truly setting now, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, but the beautiful light did nothing to dispel the growing dread. The air grew colder, and as the last vestiges of daylight began to fade, the shadows deepened, twisting and stretching into monstrous shapes. I could feel the forest closing in around me, the familiar trees suddenly taking on an unsettling, watchful quality. I needed to move. I needed to find a path, a road, a sign of human civilization. I tried to remember the orientation of my house, the direction of the nearest road, but my sense of direction, once so reliable, felt fractured, unreliable. Every tree looked the same. Every turn seemed to lead deeper into the heart of the silent labyrinth. The mark on my hand throbbed, a cold, persistent ache. The whisper in my mind, no longer a frantic chorus, had settled into a low, insidious hum, a constant presence that was slowly, subtly beginning to warp my perceptions. I saw flickers of movement in the corner of my eye, shadows that seemed to detach themselves from the trees, only to vanish when I looked directly at them. The shapes of branches began to resemble skeletal hands reaching out, their gnarled fingers beckoning. The cold was seeping into me again, deeper this time, a pervasive chill that started in my bones and spread outwards, numbing my thoughts, slowing my movements. I knew I couldn't last much longer in these conditions. Hypothermia was a real danger, even in August, given the unnatural cold that seemed to permeate this section of the woods. I needed shelter, a place to rest, to gather my strength to try and think. My mind was too muddled, too overwhelmed by fear and exhaustion to make any rational decisions. I remembered small caves, rock overhangs, dense thickets that offered some protection from the elements. If I could just find one, just for a few hours, maybe the dawn would bring clarity or even a true escape. I stumbled onward, my progress slow and agonizing, my eyes scanning the deepening shadows for any sign of a suitable refuge. The silence pressed in, a physical weight on my chest, amplifying every rustle of my own clothes, every sharp intake of breath. The humming in my head was growing louder, more hypnotic, promising warmth, rest, a cessation of fear if I would just listen. Then through the gloom I saw it, not a cave, not a thicket, but a structure. It was a small cabin, nestled deep within a particularly dense cluster of old-growth pines. Its walls were made of rough-hewn logs, darkened with age, and its small, single window was boarded up. A thin wisp of smoke curled lazily from its stone chimney, a beacon of human presence in this desolate, silent world. Relief so powerful it almost buckled my knees flooded through me. A cabin, a real cabin with a fire. It meant warmth, shelter, possibly even other people. The thought was like a lifeline in the crushing darkness. I stumbled towards it, ignoring the nagging voice in the back of my mind that screamed caution. Nothing here was what it seemed, but the promise of warmth, of safety, was too strong to resist. As I drew closer, the details became clearer. The cabin was old, truly ancient, its logs warped and scarred. The boards on the window looked haphazardly nailed, and the front door, a heavy wooden slab, stood slightly ajar, a sliver of golden light spilling from within. The smoke from the chimney carried a faint, woody scent mixed with something else, something subtly metallic and acrid, familiar from the desolation of the first clearing. I hesitated at the threshold, the old door groaning faintly as the wind pushed it further open. The light from inside was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom of the forest. I could hear a faint crackling sound, like a fire and something else, a low, rhythmic creaking, almost like a rocking chair. "Hello," I called out, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper. "Is anyone here?" The creaking stopped, the fire crackled softly. No answer. A shiver of unease ran down my spine, battling with the desperate need for warmth and safety. Every instinct I had, every lesson my parents had ever taught me about strange cabins in the deep woods, screamed at me to turn and run. But the cold was biting, the darkness absolute, and the promise of warmth was intoxicating. I pushed the door open fully and stepped inside. The single room was small, lit by a flickering fire in a stone hearth. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and that faint metallic tang. In the corner near the fire, a rocking chair sat empty, gently swaying as if someone had just risen from it. A rough wooden table stood in the center of the room, and a crude bed, covered with a thick, fur-skin blanket, occupied another corner. But what truly caught my attention, what made my breath hitch in my throat, was what was on the walls. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of wooden birds. They were nailed to every available surface, covering the log walls, hanging from the low ceiling beams, perched on makeshift shelves. They were of all shapes and sizes, crudely carved and intricately detailed, all bare wood, no paint. Some were tiny, no bigger than my thumb. Others were the size of my hand. They filled the cabin, a silent, watchful legion, their carved eyes seeming to follow my every move in the flickering firelight. My gaze fell to the table. On it, placed carefully in a rough circle, were more wooden birds, and in the very center of the circle, glinting dully in the firelight, was a small, ornate dagger. Its blade was made of dark, polished stone, and its hilt was wrapped in coarse, dark leather. It looked ancient, ceremonial. A cold dread seeped into my bones, a deeper, more profound horror than anything I had yet experienced. This wasn't a hunter's cabin. This was a shrine, a place of worship, and the object of that worship was clear. The mark on my hand began to burn, a sharp, fiery pain that ripped through the numbness. The whisper in my head surged, no longer a hum, but a distinct, resonant chant, clearer than it had ever been. It was the same sibilant language, but now I could almost grasp its meaning. It was a song of offering, a song of sacrifice. I turned to flee, to run back into the freezing, silent woods, anywhere but this cabin, but a figure blocked the doorway. It was the same towering, cloaked figure I had seen at the barren clearing and the glowing stone. It filled the doorway, its dark, blood-colored cloak seeming to absorb all the light around it. Its hood was still drawn low, obscuring its face, but I could feel its gaze, a cold, ancient awareness that pierced through me, holding me transfixed. It raised a hand, long, skeletal, with three impossibly long fingers ending in sharp, black nails. In its palm, it held another wooden bird, not the one I had thrown. This one was different, larger, more intricately carved, almost regal in its simplicity. The figure tilted its head, a slow, deliberate movement. The whisper in my mind intensified, not coming from the figure, but from the mark on my hand, from the walls full of birds, from the very air of the cabin. It was calling to me, drawing me in, asking me to join, to become part of the ritual. I was trapped, enclosed in a small cabin, surrounded by thousands of silent, wooden eyes, with the towering, unmoving figure blocking my only exit. The dagger on the table seemed to hum with a faint, dark energy. A single tear tracked a path down my grime-streaked face. This was it. This was the end. I had run as far as I could, but the woods, and whatever ancient power resided within them, had finally caught me. The nightmare had finally ended my flight, drawing me into its chilling embrace. The air in the cabin crackled, thick with the scent of wood smoke, old wood, and that unsettling metallic tang. It tasted like decay and something else, something sharp and cold, like the blade of the dagger on the table. My breath hitched, a dry, ragged gasp trapped in my throat, mirroring the frantic hammering of my heart against my ribs. I was trapped utterly and irrevocably between the silent, watchful legion of wooden birds and the towering, cloaked figure that filled the doorway. Its presence was a physical weight, pressing in on me, stealing the oxygen from the air. The hood, a deep chasm of shadow, offered no glimpse of a face, no hint of eyes, yet I felt its gaze, ancient and cold, piercing through me. It didn't move, not a muscle, but the wooden bird in its skeletal hand seemed to pulse with a faint, dark energy, a heartbeat of dread. The mark on my hand, the bird-shaped brand, flared with an agonizing, fiery pain. It wasn't just a burn, it was a deeper agony, as if something within me was being torn open, reshaped. And with the pain, the whisper in my mind surged, no longer a hum, no longer fragmented, but a coherent chant. It wasn't English or any language I recognized, yet its meaning was stark, clear, and horrifying. Welcome. The offering has come. The vessel is ready. My body trembled, a tremor that originated not from cold or exhaustion, but from a profound terror that seized every cell. I tried to scream, to lash out, to do something, but I was paralyzed. My limbs felt heavy, rooted to the spot, encased in lead. My eyes darted around the cabin, from the thousands of wooden birds nailed to the walls, their carved eyes fixed on me, to the dagger on the table, its dark stone blade glinting ominously. The cloaked figure took a slow, deliberate step into the cabin. The old floorboards groaned under its weight, a sound that seemed to echo in the vast silence. It was a measured, almost ritualistic movement, devoid of haste or aggression, yet it filled the small space with an overwhelming sense of inevitability. As it stepped further in, its cloak, the color of dried blood, seemed to shimmer in the flickering firelight, revealing subtle, darker patterns woven into its fabric, like intricate, ancient script. It stopped a few feet from me, its towering form casting a long, wavering shadow that stretched across the floor, swallowing the light, engulfing me. The wooden bird in its hand was now completely still, yet I felt its power, a silent resonance with the mark on my own palm, which continued to burn with an unbearable intensity. The chant in my mind grew louder, more insistent, twisting around my thoughts, trying to choke out any resistance. Join us. Become. Surrender. No, I finally managed to whisper, the word barely audible, a fragile defiance against the overwhelming power that pressed in on me. I won't. The figure remained silent, unmoving, but I felt a shift in the air, a subtle deepening of the cold, an almost imperceptible tightening of its invisible hold. It was as if my refusal, however weak, had registered, a ripple in the ancient ritual it was performing. The chant in my mind became a furious cacophony, 1,000 voices screaming for submission, for me to give in to the calling. My gaze fell once more to the dagger on the table. Its obsidian blade, black and gleaming, seemed to hum with a faint, dark energy. It was a focal point, drawing my attention, urging me to understand its purpose. The cloaked figure made no move towards it, yet its presence seemed intrinsically linked to the ritual unfolding around me. Was it meant for me? Was I the offering, and the dagger the instrument? A desperate, wild thought sparked in my mind. If I was to be sacrificed, if this was truly the end, could I at least deny them the satisfaction? Could I make a choice, however futile, in my final moments? My eyes locked onto the dagger, and a strange, cold resolve began to solidify within me, battling against the terror and the chant. With a surge of adrenaline, fueled by a desperate, primal defiance, I lunged. It wasn't a move towards the figure, but a desperate, clumsy dive towards the table, towards the dagger. My trapped limbs, previously paralyzed, suddenly responded, propelled by a raw, unthinking will. My fingers, numb and trembling, closed around the hilt of the dagger. It was heavier than it looked, its stone blade cold and smooth, its leather-wrapped handle coarse against my palm. The moment my hand grasped it, the mark on my other hand, the bird brand, flared with an unbearable agony, a white-hot searing pain that almost made me drop the weapon. The chant in my mind reached a deafening crescendo, a chorus of angry, sibilant hisses, as if my act of defiance had ripped through the very fabric of their ritual. The cloaked figure moved, not with speed, but with an eerie, flowing grace. Its long, skeletal arm extended, faster than I could have anticipated, its impossibly long fingers reaching for me. I saw the wooden bird still clutched in its palm, and for a fleeting moment I understood. It wasn't trying to harm me. It was trying to take me, to complete the summoning, to embrace me into its cold, ancient purpose. But I was already moving. Driven by instinct, by the burning agony in my hand, I swung the dagger, not at the figure itself, but in a wild, desperate arc, aiming at the space between us, a desperate attempt to create distance, to break the connection. The obsidian blade, sharp and ancient, didn't connect with the figure's arm. Instead, it struck the wooden bird in its hand. A sharp, splintering crack echoed through the cabin, impossibly loud in the absolute silence. The wooden bird shattered, erupting into a shower of splinters that glinted in the firelight. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The chant in my mind stopped, abruptly, completely. A sudden, echoing silence rushed in, so absolute it was disorienting, like surfacing from deep water. The burning agony in my hands subsided, replaced by a dull, throbbing ache. The cloaked figure recoiled, its long, thin form shuddering. It didn't make a sound, but its posture conveyed a profound shock, an almost human-like jolt of surprise. It took a step back, then another, its shadow receding from me, retreating towards the doorway. The wooden bird in its hand was gone, replaced by empty, grasping fingers. And then something else happened. The thousands of wooden birds on the walls, previously silent and watchful, began to stir, not physically moving, but vibrating. A low, collective hum, a faint, rustling sound, like thousands of tiny wings trying to take flight. The cabin itself seemed to hum, the old logs groaning, the floorboards trembling beneath my feet. The fire in the hearth, which had been flickering merrily, abruptly died, plunging the cabin into near darkness. Only the faint, dying embers cast a dim, red glow, making the surrounding shadows even deeper, more menacing. The cloaked figure paused at the threshold, its form a darker silhouette against the faint gloom of the forest outside. It turned its head slowly, deliberately, towards me. I still couldn't see its face, but I felt its gaze, no longer cold or curious, but filled with something else. Something ancient, something deeply, profoundly unsettled. Then, with a final, almost imperceptible tremor, it was gone, vanished into the oppressive darkness of the woods, leaving the doorway a gaping, empty maw. I stood there, dagger still clutched in my hand, trembling uncontrollably, trying to process what had just happened. The silence in the cabin was broken only by my own ragged breathing and the faint, unsettling vibration of the wooden birds on the walls. They were still there, still clinging to every surface, but their collective presence felt different now, no longer watchful, but imbued with a strange, agitated energy. My knees finally gave out, and I collapsed onto the rough wooden floor, dropping the dagger with a clatter. It spun on the boards, coming to rest with its dark blade pointing towards the empty doorway. I pressed my throbbing hand against my chest, trying to calm the frantic beating of my heart. The mark was still there, a faint, cold imprint beneath my thumb, but the searing pain was gone. I was alive, I had defied it, and for some reason, that defiance, that small act of destruction had worked. But the cabin, despite the figure's departure, still felt utterly wrong. The vibrating birds, the lingering scent, the memory of the chant, they pressed in on me, suffocating and vast. I couldn't stay here. I had to get out, back into the forest, however terrifying it might be. At least there, the threat felt less concentrated, less personal. Scrambling to my feet, I stumbled towards the doorway. The air outside was no longer as cold as it had been, a subtle shift that sent a fresh wave of confusion through me. The perpetual twilight had also lightened slightly, revealing the outlines of the ancient pines, their forms still gnarled and dark, but less menacing than before. I stepped out, my eyes scanning the gloom. The cloaked figure was nowhere to be seen. The forest was silent, but it was a different kind of silence now. Not the absolute, heavy quiet of the clearings, but a muted, expectant hush, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting. I didn't know where to go. My sense of direction was still shattered, and the memory of the shimmering barrier on the rocky outcrop told me that even if I found a familiar landmark, it might not lead to escape. But I had to try. I had to keep moving. I plunged back into the trees, picking a direction at random, trying to put as much distance as possible between myself and the cabin, and the ancient entity that had just fled it. The ground beneath my feet was still soft, spongy, but the phosphorescent fungi that had illuminated my earlier flight were gone. The trees, though still densely packed, seemed less eager to claw at me, less inclined to twist into monstrous shapes. As I walked, a new sensation began to slowly creep over me, a subtle shift in the air. The unnatural cold, which had been a pervasive, bone-deep chill for what felt like an eternity, slowly began to recede. It was replaced by a more natural, though still cool, temperature, like a crisp autumn evening. The air, though still heavy, no longer held that metallic, acrid tang. It smelled simply of pine, damp earth, and decaying leaves. And then I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound, lost in the vast silence. It was a rustle, a distant, natural rustle of leaves, not the non-wind of the other clearings, but a genuine breeze stirring the canopy. My head snapped up, my ears straining. Was it real, or was my mind playing tricks on me? I continued to walk, slower now, my senses alert, my heart a fragile bird fluttering in my chest. The rustle came again, a little clearer this time, and then another sound, fainter still but unmistakably familiar. A chirp, a single tentative chirp from somewhere deep within the trees. Tears sprang to my eyes, hot and sudden. Birds, real birds. The thought was so overwhelming, so profoundly hopeful, it almost brought me to my knees again. After the silence, after the thousands of wooden effigies, a real, living bird was a beacon of sanity. I pushed on, my pace quickening, drawn by the faint promise of sound. The trees, though still tall and dense, seemed to grow less uniformly, less perfectly. Their branches, while intertwining, no longer formed an impenetrable, light-blocking dome. Patches of faint, gray light filtered through the canopy, hinting at a sky that was not perpetually dark. And with every step, the sounds grew a little clearer. More rustles, more chirps, the faint, high-pitched whine of a mosquito, the distant, almost inaudible drone of a bumblebee, the subtle, almost musical hum of an unseen insect. They were fragile sounds, barely whispers against the vastness of the forest, but they were there. They were real. My sense of direction, which had been a shattered compass, slowly began to reassemble itself. I recognized the faint slope of the land, the subtle curve of a particular path. This was still the deep woods, still wild and untamed, but it felt familiar. It felt like my woods, slowly, tentatively, returning to me. I walked for what felt like another hour, pushing through dense undergrowth that was now vibrant green, not withered and brown. The ground beneath my boots was no longer the soft, spongy earth of the impossible forest, nor the dry, papery crunch of the cursed clearings, but the rich, damp soil of the Maine woods, giving way with a satisfying squelch. And then I saw it, a path, not the subtle game trail I'd been following at the start of the day, but a wider, more defined path, overgrown in places but clearly distinguishable. It was the old logging road, the one I had hoped to reach earlier. The one that led, eventually, back to civilization, back to my town, back to my life. A sob of pure relief tore through me. I stumbled onto the road, the rough gravel biting at my worn boots, and sank to my knees, burying my face in my hands. The cool, evening air, now truly an August evening, brushed against my skin. It was real. I was back. I lifted my head, my eyes scanning the familiar, though still darkening, landscape. The trees on either side of the logging road were tall pines and oaks, their branches rustling softly in a gentle breeze. The sky above was a canvas of deep blues and purples, still holding the last vestiges of twilight. And there, above the tree line, a small silver sliver, the moon, a real moon hanging in a real sky. I stood up shakily, my body aching with exhaustion, but my spirit soaring with a fragile, fierce hope. I was out. I had truly made it out. But as I began to walk down the logging road, away from the terrifying depths of the forest, away from the nightmare, a single chilling thought surfaced. The mark, the faint, bird-shaped imprint beneath my thumb. It was still there, cold and subtle, a phantom reminder of where I had been. I paused, looking down at my hand. The mark was almost invisible in the dim light, but I knew it was there. And though the whisper had ceased, though the forest now hummed with the natural sounds of evening, a deeper, colder part of me knew that I carried something of that place with me now. I wasn't free, not entirely. I had escaped the immediate clutches of that ancient entity, but I had been marked, touched, and the woods, my familiar, comforting woods, now held a new, terrifying secret, a hidden dimension that lay just beyond the veil of perception. I began to walk again, my pace slow but steady, down the logging road. Each step took me further from the deep woods, closer to the distant, unseen lights of my town. But with each step, the feeling grew stronger. The woods had changed me. and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that the nightmare wasn't truly over. It had simply receded, waiting. The moon rose higher, casting long, eerie shadows across the logging road. The sounds of the forest, while natural, seemed magnified in the encroaching darkness. Every rustle of leaves, every distant hoot of an owl sent a fresh shiver down my spine. I was safe for now, but the knowledge of what lay hidden, what truly existed in the deeper parts of these woods, was a burden I would carry forever. After what felt like an eternity, a faint glow appeared in the distance, cutting through the darkness. The familiar, comforting yellow of a street lamp, then another, and another. The logging road curved and I saw it, the edge of town, a cluster of houses, their windows shining with warm, inviting light. Relief so intense it made my legs buckle, washed over me. I stumbled forward, driven by the desperate need to reach that light, that warmth, that sanity. My breath hitched in my throat, a choked sob escaping my lips. I was home, or at least I was close enough that I could almost taste it. But as I stepped onto the asphalt road, leaving the dirt and gravel behind, and passed beneath the first flickering street lamp, I looked down at my hand. The bird-shaped mark, though faint, seemed to pulse with a subtle internal cold, a stark reminder against the warmth of the artificial light. And then I noticed something else. My clothes. They were torn, streaked with dirt, mud, and what looked like dried blood from countless scratches and scrapes. My boots were caked, my hair matted. I looked like I had been lost for days, not mere hours. My mind reeled. Hours. What time was it? I pulled out my phone. The screen was cracked, dead. The battery utterly drained. My internal clock screamed that it was late evening, maybe just after sunset, but my body felt as though it had endured weeks of ordeal. As I walked towards the first house, a small, familiar bungalow, I saw a light switch on in an upstairs window. A silhouette moved behind the curtain, and then the porch light flickered on. The front door opened. My mother stood there, her face etched with worry, illuminated by the soft glow of the porch light. She wore her old flannel robe, her hair disheveled, as if she had just woken up. Her eyes, wide and startled, fixed on me. "You're back," she exclaimed, her voice thick with relief, yet tinged with something else, something I couldn't quite place. She rushed forward, pulling me into a fierce embrace. Her hug was warm, real, familiar, and I clung to her, burying my face in her shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mom," I choked out, the word raw and broken. I got lost. Something happened. She pulled back, her hands on my shoulders, holding me at arm's length. Her eyes, usually so soft and loving, now held a strange, assessing quality. She took in my disheveled appearance, my torn clothes, the grime on my face. Her gaze lingered on my right hand, where the mark pulsed faintly. "Lost," she murmured, her voice strangely calm, too calm. "Where have you been, child? It's been 3 days." 3 days. The words hit me like a physical blow. 3 days. That was impossible. I had left this morning. This morning, not 3 days ago. My mind, already fractured, threatened to shatter completely. The hours of terror, the impossible clearings, the cloaked figures, the glowing stones, had they stretched across 72 hours? Had I been trapped in that impossible pocket of the woods for 3 full days? My mother's face, usually so open, now held a subtle veil. Her eyes, though still filled with concern, seemed to hold a flicker of something ancient, something knowing. Her gaze dropped to my hand again, to the faint bird mark. "Come inside, darling," she said, her voice gentle, but with an underlying firmness that brooked no argument. "You need to rest. We'll talk in the morning." She led me into the house, into the familiar warmth and light of our living room. It smelled of coffee, of old books, of home, but it felt alien, unreal, after the horrors I had witnessed. As I stepped over the threshold, a final, chilling thought pierced through the haze of my exhaustion and dread. My mother's eyes, I realized, were too calm. Her acceptance of my appearance, of my supposed 3-day absence, was too practiced. As she gently guided me towards the couch, her hand brushing over mine, I felt a subtle, almost imperceptible coldness radiating from her touch. And just for a moment, as her gaze met mine, I thought I saw it. A faint, knowing glint in her eyes, a flicker of something ancient, something that had been watching, waiting. The same cold awareness I had felt from the cloaked figures. The fear which had receded on the road now surged back, colder and sharper than ever. I was out of the woods, yes. I was in my home with my mother. But the nightmare hadn't ended at all. It had simply followed me home, and a terrifying, impossible question began to form in my mind. What if the woods weren't the only place the old magic lingered? What if it had been here all along? What if the woods had merely been the catalyst, and the true horror lay, not in escape, but in what had returned with me? Or, more terrifyingly, what hadn't returned? I sank onto the couch, the soft cushions feeling like a trap. My mother sat beside me, stroking my hair, murmuring reassurances. Her touch felt warm, but the subtle coldness beneath, the knowing look in her eyes, sent a shiver down my spine. The mark on my hand, now hidden beneath her comforting hand, pulsed with a faint, insistent throb. The whisper, though silent in my mind, felt like it was just beneath the surface, waiting for me to be alone, to be vulnerable. The line between what was real and what was impossible had blurred irrevocably, and I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that my ordeal was far from over. The woods had opened something within me, and it had opened something else, something ancient and terrible, in my familiar world. The warmth of the living room, a space usually synonymous with comfort and security, felt like a pressure cooker, the air suddenly thick and suffocating. My mother's embrace, though initially a lifeline, now felt like a silken trap. Her reassurances, meant to soothe, grated against the screaming alarm in my mind. 3 days, not hours, but 3 full days. The sheer impossibility of it crashed over me, a second wave of disorientation that threatened to drown the last vestiges of my sanity. My mother's hand, still stroking my hair, seemed to radiate a faint, internal cold, a stark contrast to the familiar warmth of her skin. Her gaze, as it met mine, held an unnerving stillness, a depth that was not quite human. It was as if I was looking into ancient wells, not my mother's kind, blue eyes. I saw it then, unmistakable, a flicker of that same cold awareness, that profound, unblinking curiosity that had emanated from the cloaked figures in the impossible clearings. A shiver, colder than any I'd felt in the deepest parts of the woods, traced a path down my spine. 3 days, I whispered, my voice raw, barely a sound. The words tasted like ash in my mouth. That's impossible. I left this morning, Mom, just this morning. She smiled, a soft, unhurried smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Oh, darling, you were quite gone. We were all so worried. Her thumb gently brushed the back of my hand, a gesture that was usually comforting but now felt like an examination. I instinctively recoiled, pulling my hand away. The bird-shaped mark beneath my thumb pulsed with a faint, insistent throb, a silent hum that only I could feel. It was an echo, a brand, a connection to the horror I had just escaped, or so I thought. Who? I asked, my voice rising in a desperate plea for clarity. Who was worried? What happened? My gaze darted around the familiar living room, seeking some grounding point, some proof that this was real, that I was real. The worn armchair, the overflowing bookshelf, the faded rug, they were all here, yet they felt like props on a stage. My mother sighed, a sound of gentle, weary resignation. The police, dear, your father, the neighbors, everyone, we searched. They sent out a team. But the woods, she trailed off, her gaze drifting towards the window, where the last traces of twilight were fading into a starless night. The woods can be so vast, so unwelcoming. Her choice of words, unwelcoming, struck me as odd. Not dangerous, not impenetrable, but unwelcoming, as if the forest itself had an intelligent, sentient will. It was the language of someone who understood, not someone who was merely worried about a lost child. A sudden, fierce need for my father surged through me. Where was he? If Mom was acting this strange, Dad would be an anchor. He would see it. He would understand. Dad, I almost shouted, trying to rise from the couch. Where is he? Is he okay? Did he go looking for me? My mother's hand reached out, firm and cool, pressing me back down. Your father, he's resting, dear. He was quite distraught. He's had a long few days. Her eyes, those ancient, knowing wells, held mine, a silent, unyielding command in their depth. We'll let him sleep. You need rest too. A warm bath, a good meal, then sleep. She stood, her movements fluid, almost too graceful. The flannel robe she wore, once a soft, comforting garment, now seemed to hang on her with a strange, almost ceremonial drape. She moved towards the kitchen, her back to me, and for a terrifying moment, I saw a subtle elongation in her silhouette, a fleeting hint of the unnatural height of the cloaked figures. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, a trick of the dim light, perhaps, or my traumatized mind. I'll draw you a bath, she called, her voice soft, melodic, echoing unnaturally in the quiet house. And I'll make you some of that special tea you like, to help you relax. The thought of being alone, vulnerable in a bath, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. And the special tea, it sounded innocuous, but a cold dread told me it might be anything. But what if it was a sedative? What if it was meant to erase my memories, or to make me more susceptible to whatever had taken root here? My gaze fell on my phone again, lying shattered on the coffee table. Dead. No way to call for help, no way to verify her story, no connection to the outside world. I felt utterly isolated, trapped not just in this house, but in this terrifying reality where my own mother was a stranger, perhaps even an enemy. I tried to think, to find a flaw in her story. 3 days. My clothes were tattered but not decaying. My body ached, but it wasn't emaciated. I felt exhausted, not starved. Could it have been 3 days? Could the impossible pocket of the woods have distorted time so profoundly? Or was this another layer of the illusion, a lie crafted to further disorient me? I needed proof. I needed to see my father. I needed to verify the time. I needed to escape. As soon as her footsteps receded into the kitchen, I sprang from the couch. My legs were still wobbly, but a surge of adrenaline, cold and clear, pushed me forward. I had to get to my room, to my window, to a place where I could think, where I could perhaps find a way out. I crept down the hallway, my bare feet silent on the old wooden floorboards. The house felt alien, every shadow a potential threat, every creak of the old wood a whisper from the unseen. My room, my safe haven. I just needed to reach it. As I neared my door, I heard the faint clinking of ceramic from the kitchen and the soft, rhythmic sound of liquid being stirred. My mother was making the tea. I had to be quick. I slipped into my room, pulling the door shut behind me with a soft click. The familiar posters on the wall, the messy desk, the unmade bed, they were all exactly as I had left them, a comforting sight that momentarily grounded me. But the comfort was fleeting. The pervasive silence from the woods had somehow permeated the walls of my home. Even here in my own sanctuary, there was no distant traffic, no neighbor's dog barking, no usual hum of the small town. Just an unnatural, unsettling quiet. I rushed to my window, throwing back the curtains. The streetlights outside cast long, pale shadows across our lawn. Our neighbor's house, the old Victorian with the perpetually barking terrier, was dark and silent. Too silent. No dog barked. No lights shone from its windows. It was like a ghost town, an empty stage set. My gaze swept further down the street. All the houses were dark, not a single light. No cars parked outside, no faint glow from a television, just an eerie, absolute stillness. My town, my home, felt deserted. A cold dread, far worse than the fear of the cloaked figures, clenched my gut. What had happened here in those 3 days? Had the barrier from the woods stretched to encompass the entire town, or had everyone simply vanished? I fumbled with the window latch, my fingers stiff with cold and fear. It was old, a bit sticky, but I managed to force it open with a groan of protest. Cold, clean air rushed in, sweeping away the oppressive stillness of the room. I leaned out, desperate for some sign of life, some sound from the outside world. Nothing, just the gentle sigh of the wind through the trees in our front yard, a natural sound, but empty of any other life. The silence was profound, complete. It was the same silence I had felt on the rocky outcrop, the silence of a world held captive, a soundless wall that kept everything in and everything out. My mind raced. If the entire town was affected, if everyone was gone or silenced, then I truly was alone, trapped in a nightmare that had extended beyond the forest's edge, consuming everything I held dear. I pulled back from the window, my heart a frantic drum. There was no escape through the window. There was nowhere to run to. My eyes fell on my desktop computer, a faint flicker of hope. If the power was on, if the internet was working, I could check the news, see if there were reports of a missing person, a widespread event, anything to confirm what was happening. I powered it on. The familiar startup chime, a tinny, synthesized melody, felt like a jarring intrusion in the profound quiet. The screen flickered to life, showing my desktop. I opened a browser, my fingers flying across the keyboard, desperate. But the browser hung, spinning endlessly, unable to connect. No internet. I tried to open a news site, then a local forum. Nothing. The computer was connected to a network, but the network led nowhere. It was a digital dead end. My last link to the outside world severed. A sharp, metallic tang, like the one from the cabin, suddenly stung my nostrils. My mother was approaching. She was coming. I slammed the laptop shut, just as her footsteps paused outside my door. A soft knock, too gentle, too deliberate. "Darling, your bath is drawn, and your tea is ready." Her voice was a smooth, silken murmur, devoid of any warmth. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. I couldn't let her see my fear, not now. I had to play along, to buy myself time, to gather information. I had to understand what she was, what she had become. "Coming, Mom," I called out, forcing a strained normalcy into my voice. I walked to the door, took another deep breath, and opened it. She stood there, a tray in her hands. A steaming mug sat beside a small plate of my favorite ginger snaps. She smiled, that same unnerving, empty smile. "There you are. Come on, the water will get cold." I followed her into the bathroom, trying to act natural. The bathroom was just as I remembered it, but the air was humid, heavy with the steam rising from the tub. The bathwater itself was an unsettlingly deep, murky green, and a faint, sweet, cloying scent rose from it, like decaying flowers and something else, something subtly metallic and earthy, not the usual lavender or bath salts my mother used. "What is that scent?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, trying to mask the tremor. "Oh, just some special herbs," she replied, her back to me as she set the tray down on the counter. "To help you relax, to cleanse you. You've been through so much, darling. The woods can be so staining." Staining, another peculiar choice of word, as if the woods had marked me in more ways than just the brand on my hand. My mother turned, her eyes fixed on me, a profound, unblinking intensity in their depths. "Go on, get in. The water's perfect." I hesitated. The thought of stepping into that murky, scented water, of being submerged in whatever cleansing herbs she had used, was terrifying. It felt like a ritual, a further step into this nightmare. But to refuse to openly defy her now would be too dangerous. I had to know more. I had to survive. "Okay," I said, forcing a faint smile, trying to project a sense of compliance. "Just let me get my clothes off." She nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. "Of course, dear. I'll be in the living room. Your tea will be waiting." She paused at the doorway, her gaze lingering on my hand again, then on my eyes. "Don't be too long. The night is drawing in, and there's much to discuss." With that, she slipped out, the door closing softly behind her. The click of the latch echoed like a gunshot in the silent house. I stared at the closed door, my heart hammering. She knew I was afraid, she knew I suspected, and she was playing a terrifying game. I quickly turned to the faucet, trying to drain the murky water, to replace it with fresh, clean water, but the drain was sealed, impervious to my frantic efforts. The water level remained stubbornly high, reflecting the dim light from the room in its unsettling green depths. The faint, sweet, metallic scent grew stronger, almost intoxicating. Panic seized me. I couldn't bathe in this. I couldn't drink that tea. I couldn't trust anything in this house. My eyes darted around the bathroom, searching for anything, any weapon, any means of defense. There was nothing. Just towels, soap, familiar toiletries that now seemed alien and menacing. Suddenly, a thought struck me. My father's study. He kept a hunting rifle locked in a cabinet in his study. If I could get to it, if I could get the key. I couldn't risk it. If I failed, if she caught me, I was truly lost. For now, I had to pretend. I had to act. I filled the sink with clear, cold water, splashing it onto my face, trying to wash away the grime, the exhaustion, the fear. I stared at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were wide, bloodshot, shadowed with terror and sleeplessness. My face was pale, streaked with dirt, but it was my face. A human face, not like the shrouded, ancient figures. The bird mark on my hand, still faintly pulsing, seemed to stand out against my pale skin. It was a brand, a connection, a damning testament to where I had been. What if the cleansing was meant to activate it, to draw something out of it, or to make me fully of them? No, I would not succumb. I quickly stripped off my torn clothes, leaving them in a heap on the floor. My body was covered in scratches and bruises, a testament to my frantic flight. I dipped a washcloth in the sink water and quickly scrubbed myself, avoiding the bath, avoiding the tea, avoiding any further contact with her insidious influence. When I was done, I wrapped a large, fluffy towel around me, careful to keep the mark on my hand hidden. I took a deep breath, trying to compose myself, to put on a mask of weary compliance. I had to face her. I had to find out what was going on. I opened the bathroom door and walked back into the living room. My mother sat on the couch where I had been, sipping from a mug. The second mug, presumably mine, sat on the coffee table, steaming gently. The air in the room was now heavy with the sweet, cloying scent of the tea, a scent that echoed the smell from the bathwater, and subtly, chillingly, the metallic tang from the cabin. "Feeling better, dear?" she asked, her voice soft, her eyes fixed on me. The little, I lied, my voice still hoarse. I walked towards the coffee table, eyeing the mug. Thank you. She gestured towards the mug with a delicate hand. Drink up, it will help you sleep. You've had quite the ordeal. I reached for the mug, my heart pounding. This was it, the moment of truth. I could feel her eyes on me, watching, waiting. The faint hum of the bird mark on my hand intensified, a warning, a frantic vibration beneath my skin. As my fingers closed around the warm ceramic, I hesitated. I looked at the tea, a dark, viscous liquid, steam rising lazily from its surface. The scent was stronger now, cloying and sweet, but with that subtle, underlying metallic note. It smelled like the earth where ancient rituals were performed, like something old. What kind of herbs did you use, Mom? I asked, trying to keep my voice light, curious, but my gaze was sharp, dissecting. Her smile didn't waver, but her eyes, those ancient, watchful eyes, seemed to sharpen. Just some local botanicals, dear, nothing you haven't had before. It was a lie. I knew it was a lie. This smell, this color, this cloying sweetness, it was unlike any tea she had ever made. My mind raced. I couldn't drink it. I wouldn't. But I also couldn't openly refuse. No, I said, forcing a small cough. My throat's a bit raw. I think I'll just have some water for now, if you don't mind. Her smile faded slightly, the corners of her mouth twitching down almost imperceptibly. The ancient glint in her eyes seemed to harden, turning from curiosity to a subtle, chilling displeasure. Nonsense, darling. This tea is just what you need. It's been steeped just for you. Her voice, though still soft, held a new, unyielding edge. I began, trying to formulate another excuse, but the words died in my throat. Her gaze was too intense, too compelling. It felt like the silent, invisible pull I had experienced in the luminous clearing, drawing me forward, forcing compliance. The bird mark on my hand burned again, a sharper, more insistent warning. I knew I had to drink it, or pretend to. With trembling hands, I brought the mug to my lips. I closed my eyes for a fraction of a second, praying, begging for a way out. As I tilted the mug, I covertly pressed the rim against my lower lip, letting a small amount of the liquid touch my tongue but not enter my mouth. The taste was intensely sweet, almost sickeningly so, with a faint, earthy bitterness and that pervasive, cold, metallic tang. It coated my tongue, a strange, viscous film. I made a show of swallowing, grimacing slightly, as if the taste was merely strong. Wow, I managed, feigning surprise. That's potent. My mother's smile returned, broader this time, and a strange, almost predatory light flickered in her eyes. Indeed it is. Drink the rest, dear, all of it. The command was absolute. There was no room for refusal now. I could not fool her again. I had to buy time. I had to think. It's just a lot, I said, putting the mug back on the table. Can I just finish it in my room while I get dressed? Her eyes narrowed just for a moment, a subtle shift that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier, colder. Why are you resisting, child? Her voice dropped to a low, almost guttural murmur, utterly unlike her usual tone. Don't you want to feel better, to be cleansed? The word cleansed hung in the air, heavy with unspoken menace. It echoed the staining she had mentioned earlier. What did she mean by cleansed? From what and into what? No, Mom, I do, I said, my voice trembling, my facade cracking. I'm so tired. I just want to lie down. My eyes darted towards the hallway, towards my room, towards the window that offered no escape. She rose from the couch slowly, gracefully. Her silhouette, framed against the dim light from the kitchen, seemed to stretch, to grow. The flannel robe shimmered, revealing fleeting patterns in its fabric, like the intricate script woven into the towering figure's cloak. She was not my mother, not anymore, or perhaps she never had been. "You will drink the tea," she said, her voice now a low, resonant thrum that vibrated through the floorboards and into my bones. It was the same sound, but deeper, more sustained than the humming of the sphere. It was the sound of the woods, of the ancient magic, resonating within my own home, within my own mother. "And then you will rest, and in the morning we will begin your true welcome." She took a step towards me, then another. Her stride was long, unhurried, yet it covered the distance between us with unnerving speed. Her hands, though still appearing human, seemed to lengthen, her fingers growing slender, almost skeletal. The air around her grew colder, a palpable chill that seeped into my very core. My eyes fixated on the mark on my hand. It was burning now, not just throbbing, but searing with a white-hot agony. The faint whisper in my mind, which had been silent, now surged back, not a chant, but a distinct, sibilant voice, urgent and cold. "She brings the vessel. She brings the mark. You are the joining." "No," I screamed, the word tearing from my throat, raw and desperate. This was it. This was the moment of reckoning. I couldn't pretend anymore. I couldn't hide. I grabbed the ceramic mug, not to drink, but to use as a weapon. With a wild, desperate cry, I flung the dark, viscous tea at her face. The liquid struck her, splashing across her forehead and robe. It wasn't water. It was thick, almost oily, clinging to her skin. For a split second, her ancient eyes widened, revealing a flicker of something profoundly alien, something ancient and terrible, beneath the veneer of my mother's face. The tea, wherever it touched her, seemed to sizzle, sending up tiny tendrils of smoke. The sweet, cloying scent intensified, but now it was tinged with a sharp, acrid smell, like burnt ozone and something rotten. She reeled back, a low, guttural hiss escaping her lips. It was not a human sound. It was the sound of the forest, of something primal and ancient, reacting to a violation. Her hands flew to her face, not in pain, but in what seemed like shock, or perhaps something akin to surprise from an entity that rarely encountered resistance. The flannel robe, saturated with the tea, began to smoke, the fabric darkening, dissolving, revealing patches of rough, dark hide beneath. Her skin, where the tea had touched it, seemed to warp and ripple, the delicate lines of my mother's face stretching and pulling, revealing something else, something harder, bonier, far older. The familiar outlines of her body blurred, grew taller, thinner. Panic, pure and unadulterated, seized me. This wasn't just a possession. This was a transformation. I didn't wait. I turned and ran, not towards my room, not towards the kitchen, but towards the front door. It was the only way out, the only path to the outside, however empty and silent it might be. My bare feet slapped against the wooden floorboards, each step a frantic beat against the rising crescendo of unnatural sounds behind me. The house was no longer silent. It was filled with a low, furious growl, a sibilant hiss that seemed to emanate from the very walls, from the very air. Behind me, I heard the sound of furniture being overturned, the heavy thud of something massive moving with terrible speed. I fumbled with the deadbolt on the front door, my fingers clumsy with terror. The metal was cold, unforgiving. The lock, usually so simple, seemed to resist, as if the house itself was trying to hold me captive. "You cannot escape, child," her voice, now a distorted, multi-layered rasp, echoed from the living room, closer than I expected. "You carry the mark, you carry the calling, you are ours." The mark on my hand was screaming now, a fiery agony that threatened to consume my entire arm. It wasn't just a physical pain. It was a deeper, spiritual torment, as if the very essence of my being was being torn between two worlds. With a final, desperate wrench, the deadbolt gave way with a loud, metallic clang. I didn't bother with the doorknob. I simply pulled, my body heaving against the heavy wood. The door swung open, revealing the silent, moonlit street. I burst out onto the porch, gasping for air, gulping down the cold night wind. The silence outside was still profound. The streetlights still cast their eerie glow on empty houses, but it was outside. It was away from her. I didn't look back, I just ran. Down the porch steps, across the lawn, towards the street, not knowing where I was going, but knowing I had to get as far away as possible. Behind me, the front door of my house stood open, a gaping maw of darkness. A shadow, impossibly tall and thin, detached itself from the doorway and moved onto the porch. It was my mother, but no longer my mother. The flannel robe was gone, shredded, revealing a form that was unmistakably one of them. A towering, cloaked figure, its blood-red fabric shimmering in the dim light, its hood a chasm of shadow. It stood there unmoving, watching me flee. It made no sound, no move to pursue. Its very stillness was more terrifying than any chase. It was as if it knew that I couldn't truly escape, knew that the mark, the calling, had already bound me. I ran down the empty street, my bare feet pounding on the cold asphalt, the terrifying silence amplifying every sound, every frantic breath, every beat of my heart. The bird mark on my hand burned with a dull, persistent ache, a cold fire beneath my skin. I was out of the house, out of the immediate danger, but the nightmare had truly come home. My home, my town, my mother, they were all gone, replaced by something ancient and terrible. And I, with their mark upon me, was the only one left. The sole witness, the sole target, in a world that had become a silent, empty stage for an ancient, terrifying game. The road ahead stretched out into the moonlit darkness, leading nowhere I recognized, only further into the profound silence. I was utterly alone, hunted, marked, and the chilling truth settled upon me with crushing finality. The woods had not simply followed me home. They had always been here, and they had finally decided it was time to collect. The cold asphalt bit into my bare feet, a jarring pain that anchored me to the horrifying reality of my flight. Each desperate stride down Elm Street was a testament to survival, a frantic pulse against the silent, watching darkness. The streetlights, once beacons of safety, now cast long, skeletal shadows that danced and twisted around me, transforming familiar lampposts into menacing sentinels. My breath hitched in my throat, a ragged sound swallowed by the profound silence that clung to the deserted town. I didn't dare look back. The image of the towering, cloaked figure, my mother's form twisted into something ancient and terrible, was seared into my mind. Its stillness on the porch, that unnerving, patient watch, was more terrifying than any chase. It was the gaze of a hunter who knew its prey was already trapped, merely delaying the inevitable. My house, a dark silhouette against the moonlight, stood with its front door ajar, a gaping maw. It was no longer home. It was a lair, a monument to the insidious reach of the ancient woods. I ran, faster than I thought possible, my lungs burning, my muscles screaming in protest. The bird mark on my hand throbbed, a dull, persistent ache that echoed the cold fire of my terror. I veered left onto Oak Avenue, another familiar street, but just as empty. The houses here were larger, with manicured lawns and blooming rose bushes. Now they were dark, their windows like empty eyes, their gardens overgrown in the dim light, almost imperceptibly twisting into unnatural forms. A child's bicycle lay on its side in one driveway, a forgotten toy, a silent testament to lives abruptly interrupted. My heart twisted with a fresh wave of grief and confusion. Where was everyone? Had they all been taken, or had they simply vanished? I kept running, my mind a chaotic swirl of fear and desperate questions. I needed to find someone, anyone. A human face, a familiar voice, a sign that I wasn't utterly alone in this waking nightmare. But the silence was absolute, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own feet and the ragged gasps for air. My feet were beginning to bleed, small cuts from the rough asphalt, but the pain was a distant thing, overshadowed by the overwhelming terror. I needed shelter, a place to catch my breath, to think. My gaze swept across the darkened houses. No, not a house, not after what had happened at home. I needed a public place, somewhere with a chance of finding answers, or at least a temporary reprieve from the feeling of being watched. The town square. It was a few blocks away, with the old clock tower, the public library, and the police station. If anyone was left, if there was any authority, any hope of help, it would be there. I pushed on, my pace slowing to a painful jog as exhaustion began to take its toll. My vision blurred at the edges, and a cold sweat plastered my hair to my forehead. The air, though no longer thick with the metallic tang of the woods, still felt heavy, laden with an unnatural stillness. Even the wind, when it stirred, seemed to whisper of secrets and ancient things. Finally, I reached the edge of the town square. The clock tower stood tall, its face dark, its hands frozen at an impossible hour. The municipal fountain, usually a lively splash of water, was silent and still, its basin dry, filled with fallen leaves and what looked like a strange, dark silt. The paving stones were cracked, and weeds sprouted defiantly through the gaps, as if the town had been abandoned for years, not mere days. I stumbled towards the police station, a sturdy brick building on the corner. Its lights were out, its windows dark and uninviting. My heart sank. This wasn't a temporary power outage. This was a complete shutdown. I tried the main doors, pushing against the heavy metal bars. Locked, bolted tight. I hammered on the glass, a futile gesture that only echoed hollowly in the vast silence. "Hello?" I croaked, my voice cracking. "Is anyone here, please?" No answer, only the mocking silence of the empty town. Despair, cold and profound, began to seep into my bones. The mark on my hand pulsed, a mocking reminder that I was connected to this horror, not just a helpless victim. I turned from the station, my gaze falling on the library across the square. It was an old, grand building with large arched windows and a heavy oak door. Perhaps, just perhaps, there would be something there. A computer, a phone that worked, a clue. I limped across the square, the rough cobblestones grating against my torn feet. The air grew colder as I neared the library, a subtle, almost imperceptible drop in temperature that sent a shiver through me. The silence here felt different too, not just empty, but profound, almost reverent, as if the very air held its breath. The library doors, unlike the police station, were slightly ajar. A thin sliver of darkness showed between them, beckoning. Hesitantly, I pushed them open further, the ancient wood groaning softly, a sound impossibly loud in the absolute quiet. Inside, the vast main hall was plunged into a deep gloom, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the high arched windows. The air was heavy with the familiar scent of old paper and dust, but beneath it, I detected that faint metallic tang, like the acrid smoke from the cabin and the cloying sweetness from my mother's tea. It was here too. The ancient magic had seeped into this place, tainting even the sanctuary of knowledge. Rows upon rows of bookshelves stretched into the shadows, silent sentinels guarding untold stories. The reading tables were empty, their chairs pushed neatly under them. No signs of struggle, no overturned books, no frantic haste, just an eerie, perfect order, as if everyone had simply walked away, tidied up, and vanished. I moved deeper into the hall, my bare feet silent on the thick carpet. My eyes scanned the vast space, searching for any sign of life, any clue. My gaze fell upon the circulation desk, a large polished wood counter at the center of the room. A computer terminal sat there, its screen dark. A single leather-bound book lay open, face down beside it. My heart quickened. A book, maybe a sign that someone had been here recently. I approached the desk, my movements slow, cautious. The air grew colder with each step, and the metallic tang sharpened, stinging my nostrils. As I reached the desk, a faint, almost imperceptible hum resonated in the air, a low vibration that seemed to come from the very shelves around me, from the books themselves. It was similar to the vibration of the wooden birds, but more subtle, more diffused. I reached for the book, my fingers trembling. The leather cover was old, worn smooth by countless hands. As I picked it up, the pages fell open to a specific section. It wasn't a novel or a history book. It was a local history, a compendium of old folklore and forgotten tales of the region, meticulously researched by one of the town's founding families. My eyes fell on the title of the opened chapter, The Whispering Woods and the Sky Hunters. My breath hitched. Sky Hunters. It was the name I had heard in the whispers, the name that had resonated in the deepest parts of the woods. I began to read, my eyes devouring the archaic script, straining in the dim light. The words blurred, but the meaning slowly began to crystallize, chilling me to the bone. Since the earliest days of our settlement, the great woods have held a silence unlike any other. Our forebears spoke of places within, where the trees grew too close, too perfect, and the birds never sang. They called these places the sunken heart, for though they appeared untouched, they were said to draw the light from all around, leaving only shadow and a profound stillness. Sunken heart, the clearings. The words resonated with terrifying familiarity. I continued to read, my voice a barely audible whisper in the vast silence of the library. Local legends, dismissed by the educated as mere superstition, warned of ancient entities, not of this world, who nested within these silent groves. They were called the Sky Hunters, for they were said to descend from the stars in ages long past, their forms shrouded, their voices a sibilant whisper that promised immense power in exchange for offerings, not of gold or precious stones, but of life, of spirit, and of silence. Offerings, sacrifice, the dagger on the table, the chant in my mind, it all clicked into place with horrifying clarity. It is said these entities draw sustenance from stillness, from the absence of sound, of growth, of life's vibrant song. They feed on the silence they create, slowly expanding their influence, turning thriving lands into echoes of their own desolate existence. Their presence is marked by an unnatural cold, by an acrid scent like burnt stone, and by the vanishing of all natural sound. The cold, the metallic tang, the absolute silence. My own experience in the woods, even here in town, mirrored these ancient warnings perfectly. Those who encounter the Sky Hunters are often changed. Some vanish without a trace. Others return, but not entirely themselves. They carry a mark, a symbol of the Sky Hunters' claim, and they become conduits, drawing others into the spreading stillness, preparing them for the ultimate cleansing, a ritual of transformation that binds them irrevocably to the ancient entities, turning them into extensions of their will, their silent watchers. A mark, a cleansing, my mother's words, her offer of cleansing bathwater, of special tea, her transformation. It was all laid bare in these forgotten pages. The mark on my hand burned, a searing confirmation of my new, terrifying reality. I was one of the returned, marked, a potential conduit. My mother had been trying to complete the process. The most chilling tales speak of the Sky Hunter's ability to warp perception, to bend time and space within their domains. A traveler might enter for an hour, only to emerge days later, or not at all. They craft illusions of comfort, of familiar surroundings, to lure and pacify their chosen vessels, making them easier to claim. 3 days, my phone's dead battery, the empty town, the illusion of my home, my mother. It was all a calculated trap, a slow, insidious drawing in. I slammed the book shut, the sound echoing sharply in the silent library. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped it. This wasn't some campfire story. This was a chronicle of the impossible, a historical record of the very horror I had just endured and was still enduring. I backed away from the desk, my eyes darting around the vast hall, suddenly seeing the library in a new, terrifying light. The silence wasn't just an absence of sound, it was an active presence. The cold wasn't just a natural chill, it was the cold of the Sky Hunters. The faint hum, the metallic tang, it was their influence, their subtle grip on this place, on my town. If the town was empty, if everyone was gone, transformed, or taken, then there was no help coming. I was truly alone against this ancient, pervasive evil. My gaze fell on the computer on the desk. Even if there was no internet, there might be local files, a hard drive, something. I flipped open the screen, and to my surprise, it flickered to life. A faint glow emanated from the display, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. The desktop was a familiar Windows interface. I clicked on the My Computer icon, then navigated to the local drive. Folders, documents, thousands of them. I typed missing persons into the search bar, then town reports. The results flashed onto the screen, a chilling litany of despair. Files upon files, thousands of them, dated from 3 days ago, the day I had vanished. Mass disappearance, entire population gone, unexplained event, no trace. The police had been here. They had investigated. They had documented the catastrophe before they, too, had presumably fallen silent. One file caught my eye. Emergency Broadcast System Activation, Town of Havenwood. I double-clicked it, my heart pounding in my chest. A simple text document opened. It contained a single, repeating message, dated 3 days ago, and time-stamped hourly for almost a full day. This is an emergency broadcast for the residents of Havenwood. Unknown phenomenon causing widespread disappearances. Remain indoors. Do not approach the woods. Do not answer doors to strangers. Maintain silence. Repeat, remain indoors. Do not approach the woods. Do not answer doors to strangers. Maintain silence. Local authorities are investigating. Please stay calm. We will update as information becomes available. The message stopped abruptly, a final timestamp marking the last transmission. 3 days ago, roughly 24 hours after I had entered the woods. They had tried, they had warned, but it hadn't been enough. Maintain silence. The words echoed the pervasive quiet, the feeding ground of the Sky Hunters. Perhaps the silence itself was a trap, a way for the entities to absorb their victims. I scrolled further down, eyes frantically scanning the files. Most were reports, interviews that suddenly cut off, cryptic notes. Then I found another folder, Anomaly Readings, Havenwood Regional Data. I opened it. This folder contained scientific readings, data logs, atmospheric pressure, temperature, unusual energy signatures, graphs and charts. The words spatial distortion, temporal flux, energy signature, non-terrestrial appeared repeatedly. There was even a mention of acoustic dampening field, a deliberate suppression of sound. It was all here, proof, not just of my nightmare, but of a wider, horrifying reality. the woods had expanded, or rather, the sky hunters had expanded their sunken heart to encompass the entire town. It was all part of their ritual, their cleansing. My gaze fell on a final, deeply unsettling file, an audio log. Officer Miller, final report. I clicked it, my finger trembling. Static crackled, then a man's voice, strained and hoarse. This is Officer Miller, Havenwood PD. Day 3 of the phenomenon. All units non-responsive. Emergency services offline. Power flickering, now gone. The silence is spreading. It's not just the woods anymore, it's everywhere. People are just gone. No struggle. No signs of forced entry. Just gone. A ragged gasp, a moment of silence, then his voice returned lower, more urgent. My wife, she just walked out. Said she heard something calling her name. Said she needed to go to the clearing. I tried to stop her. She looked empty, like she wasn't really there. And then she just walked into the woods, disappeared. The sound of rustling papers, a frustrated sigh. I saw one of them. In town, near the old mill, tall, cloaked. It moved wrong, like a shadow with substance. And the cold radiating from it, unnatural. Another pause, longer this time. My daughter, she came home from school, said she lost her friend, said her teacher just stopped talking in the middle of a sentence and stared at the wall. And then my daughter started carving little birds, hundreds of them, from twigs, from old scraps of wood, all the time, whispering to them. Now she's just sitting in her room, surrounded by them. She won't eat, won't speak, just whispers. My blood ran cold. The wooden birds, the whisper, my own experience. It wasn't just a brand on my hand. It was a connection, a calling, a slow, insidious transformation. Officer Miller's voice returned, barely a whisper. I think they're not just taking people. I think they're changing them, turning them into part of their silent legion. The birds, they're the eyes, the ears, the conduits. She's been marked. My daughter has the mark. I saw it on her hand. The sound of his voice grew fainter, laced with a profound, bone-deep terror. I'm the last one. I'm going to try to broadcast again. One last time. If anyone hears this, do not come to Havenwood. Do not approach the woods. The silence, it's a trap. It's coming for us all. It's already here. The whispering, it's getting louder. It's calling me now to the clearing, to the cleansing. A sudden, sharp gasp, a choked sound, then silence. Absolute, profound silence, broken only by the faint hiss of static, then the sound of the audio file ending. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a cry. Officer Miller, his wife, his daughter, the entire town, all fallen victim. The birds, the mark, the cleansing. It was all part of the Sky Hunters' ancient ritual. They weren't just taking people. They were absorbing them, transforming them, making them part of their silent, growing army. I was next. The mark on my hand, though fading in its fiery intensity, was a clear sign. My mother, transformed, was just the beginning. I scrambled back from the computer, fear lending me a new surge of strength. I couldn't stay here. The hum from the shelves, the cold, the metallic tang, it was all intensifying, pressing in on me. The library itself was becoming a silent, watchful space, another extension of the sunken heart. I bolted for the exit, my bare feet slapping against the carpet, the sound swallowed by the oppressive quiet. As I reached the heavy oak doors, I pushed them open, desperate for the relative freedom of the outside. But as I stepped out into the town square, a chill, colder than any I had yet felt, gripped me. The moon, which had been a clear silver sliver, was now obscured by a strange, shimmering haze that seemed to emanate from the ground itself, rising into the sky. The streetlights, which had been flickering, now cast an even dimmer, more ghostly light, their yellow glow fading to a sickly green. And then I saw it, the trees. The trees surrounding the town square, the ones that lined the streets, were no longer the familiar maples and oaks. They were tall, straight pines, growing too close together, their branches intertwining into an impenetrable canopy that seemed to block out the moon. Their bark was a uniform, dark gray, and their needles, though green, seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. The town had changed. It was no longer my town. It was the woods, the impossible woods. The Sky Hunter's domain had fully encroached, transformed, absorbed everything. The square, the library, the police station, they were all now within the sunken heart. My heart plummeted. There was no escape. I hadn't left the woods had simply followed me. Or rather, they had been here all along, slowly, subtly, claiming the town, waiting for the right moment to reveal their true nature. A low, collective hum, far more intense than the library's subtle vibration, emanated from the newly transformed trees, from the very ground beneath my feet. It was the sound of thousands of tiny wings, of the unseen, silent legion of birds, now permeating the entire landscape. My eyes darted around, desperately searching for anything familiar, any sign of the old town, but it was gone, replaced by the perfect, eerie uniformity of the ancient forest. The cobblestones of the square had given way to soft, spongy earth, overgrown with the same phosphorescent fungi I had seen in the deeper clearings. And then I saw them, not one but many, figures, tall, cloaked, their blood-red fabrics shimmering in the ghostly green light, emerging from between the impossibly dense trees from the shadows of the transformed buildings. They were everywhere, surrounding the square, moving with that same eerie, flowing grace, their hoods obscuring their faces, their skeletal hands holding small, dark objects, wooden birds. My mother was among them, taller, thinner, her blood-red cloak now blended seamlessly with the others. She stood closer, at the edge of the transformed library, her hood drawn low, but I felt her gaze, ancient and cold, fixed on me. The bird mark on my hand began to burn again, a searing, white-hot agony that made me gasp. The whispers returned, not a cacophony this time, but a single, resonant voice, clear and chillingly close in my mind. The vessel is found. The cleansing awaits. Join us. I was trapped, encircled by the Sky Hunters, in a town that had become another clearing, another sunken heart. The cold intensified, sucking the air from my lungs, the warmth from my body. I was utterly alone, defenseless, faced with an army of ancient entities, one of whom was my own mother. My knees buckled and I fell to the spongy earth, my bare hands sinking into the cold, damp soil. The phosphorescent fungi glowed around my fingers, pulsing faintly. The whispered chant grew louder, pressing in on me, threatening to overwhelm my mind, to force my submission. But then a flicker of something, not from the entities, not from the whispers, but from within me. A stubborn spark of defiance, fueled by the memory of the shattered wooden bird, by the brief moment of victory in the cabin. I had defied them once. Could I do it again? My eyes fell on the ground around me. The fungi, the damp earth, the small, gnarled roots that intertwined beneath the surface. It was all part of their domain, but it was also natural, a part of the old woods that had resisted the complete takeover. A wild thought sparked in my mind. The dagger, the stone blade that had shattered the wooden bird. It was back in the cabin. But what if the act of defiance, of disrupting their symbols, was the key? What if their power was tied to these objects, to their created silence and their crafted imagery? I looked up, my gaze sweeping across the cloaked figures. They were not moving, not approaching, simply watching, waiting for me to surrender, for the cleansing to begin. Their stillness was unnerving, but it also gave me a moment, a tiny sliver of time to think. The mark on my hand burned, demanding submission. The whispers intensified, lulling, promising peace, an end to the fear if only I would yield. No, I wouldn't. I had already lost too much. My life, my home, my family, my sanity. I wouldn't lose my will. I pushed myself up slowly, painfully, my eyes never leaving the cloaked figures. My gaze landed on the transformed library, its arched windows now like skeletal eyes in the dim green light. Within its walls I had found the truth, and perhaps within its walls there was still a sliver of hope, a way to fight back. The book, the old folklore text, it had mentioned their weaknesses, their methods. If they fed on silence, if their power was tied to their symbols, their offerings, then perhaps the key was to disrupt that, to make noise, to break the silence. But how? I was just one person, bare-handed, surrounded by an army of ancient entities. My gaze fell on the clock tower, frozen and dark, no sound. The fountain, dry and silent, no water. The entire town was a monument to their enforced silence. But the book had spoken of sound, of life's vibrant song. A faint, almost forgotten memory surfaced, an old tale my grandfather used to tell about the singing stones of the region. Certain rocks, when struck just right, were said to hum, to resonate with a deep, earthy tone. Superstition, I had always thought. But now, in this world turned upside down, superstition felt like forgotten truth. I looked around the square at the paving stones, the dry fountain, and then I saw it, a large, dark boulder, a remnant from an old geological display, now half buried in the spongy earth near the base of the clock tower. It was a massive piece of granite, veined with quartz. A desperate, wild plan began to form in my mind. It was insane, suicidal even, but it was a plan. A way to fight, to scream back against the silence. I turned towards the boulder, taking a step, then another. The cloaked figures remained still, their silent gaze following my every movement, their hum intensifying, the whispers in my mind growing louder, more insistent. They clearly expected me to walk towards them, to surrender to the cleansing. My defiance was unexpected. My mother's figure at the library's edge seemed to shift imperceptibly. Her hood tilted, and I felt a new edge to her ancient gaze, a flicker of something that might have been surprise, or perhaps a colder, deeper interest. I reached the boulder, my hands brushing against its cold, rough surface. It was immense, unyielding. How could I make it sing? I had no tools, no hammer, no weapon, just my bare hands, and the burning mark. A desperate thought, my own cry, my own voice. Could I force sound from this silent stone with sheer will, with sheer, raw defiance? I pressed my hands against the boulder, leaning into its cold surface. The mark on my right hand pulsed, searing hot, almost too much to bear. It was trying to pull me in, to drown out my resolve. But I fought back, clenching my jaw, focusing all my remaining strength, all my desperate anger and fear, into that single point of contact. No, I screamed, the word torn from my throat, raw and ragged, but loud, piercing the oppressive silence of the square. I won't be silent. My voice, a thin, fragile thread, vibrated against the stone. For a moment, nothing happened. The cloaked figures remained still. The hum of the invisible birds continued. The silence held. Despair threatened to overwhelm me again. It was futile. I was alone. But then, just as the last echo of my scream died, something happened. A faint, low thrum, a vibration. Not from the air, not from the birds, but from the stone itself. A deep, resonant hum, barely audible, but unmistakably there. It was responding to my defiance, to my noise. The cloaked figures stiffened, their unnerving stillness broken by a collective, almost imperceptible tremor. The humming of the invisible birds seemed to falter, their chaotic whisper briefly interrupted. My mother's figure at the library's edge took a subtle step back, a flicker of what looked like agitation in her posture. I saw it, a weakness, a crack in their pervasive silence. I pressed harder against the stone, channeling every ounce of my will, every memory of the terror, of the lost time of my transformed mother, into a desperate, furious surge of energy. The mark on my hand burned with an unbearable agony, as if something within me was fighting, rejecting, pushing back against the ancient entity that had branded me. You won't have me, I roared, my voice now stronger, fueled by a primal fury. You won't have my town, you won't have my mother. And with that cry, the stone responded. The faint thrum intensified, growing into a deep, resonant rumble, a low, guttural growl that vibrated through the ground, through my bare feet, shaking the very foundations of the transformed square. It was a sound that seemed to come from the deepest parts of the earth, from something ancient and unyielding. The effect was immediate and profound. The cloaked figures reeled back, their forms shimmering, their blood-red cloaks seeming to ripple and warp in the sudden, deep resonance. The pervasive hum of the invisible birds shattered, replaced by a frantic, confused flutter, a chaotic rustle that spoke of disarray, not harmonious whisper. My mother's figure staggered, clutching her head, her hood shaking violently. For a brief, terrifying moment, the cowl fell back slightly, revealing a glimpse of what lay beneath. Not my mother's face, but a skull-like visage, ancient and bony, with eyes that burned with a cold, pale light. But then, as quickly as it appeared, the hood snapped back into place, concealing the horror. The air around me began to shift, to churn. The sickly green light from the street lamps flickered wildly, threatening to plunge the square into absolute darkness. The perfect, uniform trees began to writhe, their branches twisting and groaning, their needles shedding in a shower of dark, dry husks. The spongy earth beneath my feet convulsed, sending cracks through the surface. The resonance from the stone grew louder, deeper, a continuous, vibrating roar that resonated through the entire square, pushing back against the encroaching silence, against the very fabric of the Sky Hunter's domain. It was not a destructive sound, but a disruptive one, a resonant frequency that seemed to unravel the unnatural stillness. The cloaked figures began to retreat, not with their usual graceful glide, but with an agitated, almost panicked movement. They stumbled back into the twisting trees, into the shadows, their forms seeming to shrink and dissolve as they moved, like smoke dissipating in a sudden wind. The hum of the birds, though still present, was now fractured, chaotic, a background of agitated static. My mother's figure, after a final, prolonged tremor, vanished into the shadows of the transformed library, her retreat more abrupt, less dignified than the others. The resonance from the stone pulsed, maintaining its deep hum, pushing back the cold, pushing back the silence, pushing back the encroaching transformation. The air cleared slightly, the metallic tang receding. The sickly green light from the street lamps slowly began to regain its natural yellow hue, though still faint and flickering. The trees, though still twisted and strange, seemed to hold their ground, no longer actively expanding. I collapsed against the boulder, exhausted, my entire body trembling. The mark on my hand, though still throbbing, no longer burned with agony. It was as if the stone had absorbed some of the energy, or perhaps my defiance had temporarily quelled its power. I was alone again in the center of the town square, but it was no longer completely silent. The deep, resonating hum of the stone filled the air, a constant, low thrum that kept the pervasive quiet at bay. The trees, though still alien, were no longer actively menacing. The oppressive cold had receded, replaced by a more natural, though still chilly, night air. I had done it. I had pushed them back, temporarily. But the town was still transformed. The houses were still dark. Everyone was still gone, and my mother, she was still one of them. The fight was far from over. I looked at my hands, smudged with dirt, my skin pale against the dark stone. The bird mark was still there, a faint, cold imprint, a constant reminder of my connection, my vulnerability. The stone hummed, a comforting, grounding sound in the lingering strangeness. I was no longer just running, I was fighting. I had found a way to resist, but I knew with a chilling certainty that this was just a skirmish, not the war. The sky hunters were still here, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the stone's resonance to fade, waiting for my strength to wane. I looked up at the sky, where the shimmering haze still obscured the moon. Beyond it, I imagined, lay the stars, the ancient home of the sky hunters, and beneath it lay my town, my world, now a battleground. I had to find a way to maintain this resonance, to break their silence permanently. I had to find a way to bring back my town, my people, my mother. I had to fight back, not just for my life, but for everything that had been taken. My fear was still immense, but now a flicker of something else burned within me, a cold, hard resolve. I was marked, but I was not claimed, not yet. The deep, resonant hum of the granite boulder filled the air, a constant, low thrum that kept the pervasive quiet at bay. It vibrated through the ground, a steady counterpoint to the lingering strangeness of the transformed town square. The sickly green light from the street lamps still flickered, but now with a more natural yellow trying to assert itself, casting long, wavering shadows across the strange, pine-like trees. My exhaustion was immense, my body screaming from the ordeal, but a cold, hard resolve had ignited within me. I was marked, yes, but I was not claimed, not yet. I pushed myself off the boulder, wincing as my torn, bleeding feet protested. Each step was agony, but I forced myself forward, limping around the massive stone, trying to understand what I had done, what this power truly was. The stone's surface, rough and cold, pulsed faintly under my fingertips. It felt ancient, alive with a quiet energy that was both primal and reassuring. It was a tangible anchor in a world turned upside down. My gaze swept across the transformed square. The bizarre, uniform pines still stood, their branches twisting, but they no longer felt actively malicious. The spongy earth, strewn with phosphorescent fungi, still covered the cobblestones, but the aggressive creep seemed to have halted. The air, though still chilly, no longer carried the suffocating cold of the sky hunters. They had retreated, but I knew they hadn't left. They were watching, waiting. I needed to understand. The library, the book, it had given me the truth, and perhaps it held more answers. The deep hum of the stone seemed to follow me, resonating in my very bones, a shield against the oppressive silence. I limped back towards the transformed library, its arched windows still dark and skeletal in the wavering light. The oak doors, which I had burst through in my panic, were still ajar. I pushed them open, and the hum of the stone outside seemed to amplify, pushing back against the subtle, re-emerging metallic tang and chill within the building. Inside, the vast main hall was still cloaked in gloom. I made my way back to the circulation desk, the faint glow from the computer screen a welcome beacon. My feet were on fire, but I ignored the pain, my mind racing. I needed to find more folklore, more history, anything that could give me a definitive advantage against these ancient entities. I opened the local history book again, my fingers trembling as I found the chapter on the Sky Hunters. I had only skimmed it before, driven by panic. Now, I needed every detail. I began to read again, slowly, carefully, the hum of the stone from outside a distant comfort. The Sky Hunters, or the Silent Harvesters, as some elder tribes named them, are entities of profound age, said to hail from regions beyond our star-flecked sky. Their arrival on this world millennia past brought with it a blight upon the natural order. They do not consume as mortals do, but rather draw sustenance from the cessation of vibration, from the absence of life's resonant frequencies. Their true form is said to be formless, a ripple in the fabric of reality, but they manifest through constructs of shadow and appropriated flesh. Appropriated flesh, my mother, the horrifying image of her skull-like face flashed in my mind. She wasn't merely possessed, her form had been taken, twisted, turned into a construct. Their power is intrinsically linked to the suppression of sound. All sound, from the rustle of leaves to the beating of a heart, is a vibration, a tiny ripple in the tapestry of existence. By creating zones of absolute silence, their sunken hearts, they establish domains where they can feed and grow, slowly expanding their reach, transforming vibrant life into inert stillness. This explained the silence the acoustic dampening field officer Miller had mentioned. It was their food, their weapon, their very nature. They are not easily defeated by conventional means, for they are not truly physical in the way we understand it. Weapons of iron or steel pass through their shrouded forms. Fire flickers and dies in their presence, unable to generate a sustained vibration. Their true vulnerability lies in the very essence of what they seek to extinguish. Vibration, resonance, sustained sound that disrupts their energetic cohesion. A jolt went through me, sustained sound, resonance, the boulder. I had stumbled upon their weakness, quite literally, by screaming and forcing a sound from the ancient granite. Ancient lore speaks of specific geological formations within this region, deep veins of crystalline granite, imbued with an intrinsic resonant frequency. These singing stones, as they were called by the native peoples, were believed to be natural anomalies, capable of generating a powerful, low-frequency hum when activated by a sustained energetic impulse. This resonance, particularly when amplified by specific human will or focused intent, could disrupt the Sky Hunters' fields of silence, weakening their hold and even causing their constructs to falter and dissipate. Focused intent, my desperate fury, my defiance, it wasn't just a lucky strike. My emotional and mental state had been crucial. The book was describing precisely what I had experienced. The boulder in the square, that mass of granite, was one of these singing stones. However, activating and maintaining such a resonance is not without peril. The process draws upon the energy of the activator, and prolonged or excessive use can lead to profound exhaustion, even the absorption of the activator's own vibratory essence, leaving them as hollow and still as the Sky Hunter's domain. I swallowed hard. There was a cost. My current exhaustion was just the beginning. I couldn't just lean on the stone forever. I needed a strategy. Furthermore, the Sky Hunters possess methods to counteract this disruption. They are drawn to the source of the resonance, seeking to extinguish it. Their cleansing ritual, usually performed within a newly established sunken heart, is designed not only to transform individuals into their silent legion, but also to assimilate any disruptive energies. A marked individual, particularly one who has activated a singing stone, becomes a prime target for this assimilation. their mark acting as a direct conduit for the sky hunter's will. The mark, my hand, it still throbbed, a dull ache that reminded me of its pervasive connection. It wasn't just a brand, it was a leash. I continued reading, my eyes scanning for any other crucial details. The book went on to describe the various manifestations of the sky hunters, their subtle control over those who had been marked but not claimed, and how they slowly expanded their silent domains. It also mentioned that breaking the sacred geometry of their clearings, by disrupting their symbols, like the wooden birds or even the perfect, uniform pine trees they conjured, could also weaken their grip, but only temporarily. This was it, I had a weapon, and I had their weaknesses. My next step was clear. I had to find a way to maintain the stone's resonance, perhaps even amplify it, and simultaneously disrupt their sacred geometry, their birds, their trees, their constructs. But I couldn't do it alone. And then another thought struck me. Officer Miller's daughter, the thousands of wooden birds. He had said she was whispering to them. If the birds were conduits, eyes and ears, as the book suggested, then she was deeply connected. Was she still alive, still a human mind, albeit warped, or was she already fully claimed? The thought was horrifying, but also a flicker of desperate hope. If she was still herself, even partially, she was a human connection. And she was also a source of their symbols. If I could get to her, perhaps I could learn more, or even use her connection to disrupt the sky hunters from within. But where was she? Officer Miller's house was on Elm Street, a few blocks from mine, near the edge of the initial woods. The entire town was now the woods. Getting there would be a journey through their newly established domain. I closed the book, my mind buzzing with the enormity of the task. I was physically and mentally drained, my feet bleeding, surrounded by an enemy that could appear at any moment. But I also felt a strange calm. I had a direction. I had a purpose beyond just running. I looked at the computer again. Was there anything else? The police reports had abruptly cut off. But what about the library's own network? Perhaps there was an intranet, a local server that didn't rely on the outside internet. I clicked around, navigating the library's system. Most of the files were book catalogs, administrative documents. Then I found a folder labeled Local Archives, Havenwood Historical Society. I opened it. More local history, old photographs, town records, and then a subfolder, Elder Lore Unverified Accounts. I double-clicked and a series of text files opened. These were even older, less formal transcriptions of oral traditions. One particular file caught my eye, The Shard of Resonance, a cautionary tale. I clicked it open, and the text, written in a quaint, old-fashioned font, filled the screen. Long ago, when the silent harvesters first descended upon this valley, they brought with them a deep, chilling stillness that stole the very breath from the land. The people, desperate, sought counsel from the ancient shaman, who alone knew of the earth's hidden songs. The shaman spoke of the singing stones and how their resonance could repel the harvesters, but warned that such power could not be maintained by mortal hands alone. For this, the shaman journeyed to the highest peaks, seeking a stone of pure light, a fragment from a fallen star, imbued with its own cosmic song. This shard of resonance, he called it. He brought it back and imbued it with the amplified will of the people, connecting it to a great singing stone in the heart of the valley. With its power, the shard could sustain the resonance, creating a protective barrier against the silent harvesters, pushing them back into the deep woods. But the shard was a thing of immense power, and it demanded reverence. If misused, if broken, its energy would dissipate, and the harvesters would return with renewed vengeance, their hunger insatiable. The shard was kept hidden, protected by a lineage of guardians, its location known only to a few, a last resort against the spreading silence. A shard of resonance, a fallen star, sustain the resonance, create a protective barrier. My mind raced. This was it. This was the way to permanently push them back, not just a temporary disruption, but a lasting defense. But where was this shard? The text was vague. Highest peaks, heart of the valley. This region didn't have towering mountains, but it did have a range of hills to the north, old quarry sites and deep, forgotten caves. And the heart of the valley could mean anywhere, perhaps even the town square itself, or a hidden place beneath it. I needed to know more. I typed shard of resonance and singing stone into the search bar, this time across all accessible local files. The search churned for a moment, then a single result appeared. An old geological survey map of Havenwood, stored in a rarely accessed subfolder. It was a scanned image, blurry in places, but I could make out intricate details. There were markings for granite deposits, water tables, and surprisingly, a small, hand-drawn symbol near the old clock tower with an accompanying note. Local folklore points to unusual resonance here. Suggest further investigation of subterranean formations. And next to it, further north, in the wooded hills above the town, a faint, almost erased X mark with the words, "Possible meteor strike site historical accounts." My heart pounded. The meteor strike site. That had to be where the shard was found. And the note about the clock tower, about subterranean formations. It suggested the singing stone, the very boulder I had just activated, was connected to something larger, deeper beneath the square. This was my path. I had to find the shard. But first, I needed to check on Officer Miller's daughter. She was a marked individual, a conduit for their birds, and she was a human connection. Maybe she could tell me something, or at least help me understand the full extent of the mark's influence. Her house was closer than the highest peaks, and less directly surrounded by the densest skyhunter activity. I copied the map onto a thumb drive, which I found plugged into the side of the computer, along with the Elder Lore file. Then I shut down the computer, plunging the library back into relative darkness, save for the faint moonlight. The humming of the stone from outside felt stronger, urging me on. I stepped out of the library, the cool night air biting at my skin. The town square was still humming with the boulder's low thrum. The trees were still the alien pines, the ground still spongy, but the air felt less oppressive. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. Officer Miller's house. I remembered the general direction, a few blocks northeast of the square, towards the outskirts of what used to be the town. The path would take me through streets now transformed into stretches of the silent harvester's domain. I began to walk, each step a careful, agonizing process. My bare feet, already raw and bleeding, found purchase on the damp, yielding earth that had replaced the asphalt. The phosphorescent fungi glowed faintly, creating an eerie, almost beautiful path through the gloom. The hum of the stone, though fading with distance, still resonated in the air, a constant reminder of my momentary victory. As I ventured further from the square, the air grew colder again, and the subtle metallic tang returned, clinging to the shadows between the now silent, uniform pine trees. The houses I passed were darker, less defined in the eerie light, their familiar forms slowly blurring, almost dissolving into the encroaching forest. Their windows were black, hollow eyes reflecting nothing. I kept my gaze fixed forward, resisting the urge to look into the darkness, to imagine the cloaked figures lurking just out of sight. The bird mark on my hand pulsed, a dull, persistent ache that was more a warning now than outright agony. It felt like a subtle pull, a beacon for the entities, but also a source of information, a faint whisper of their proximity. My path led me past what used to be the town's small park. Now it was a dense thicket of the alien pine trees, their branches intertwined, their needles forming an impenetrable wall. The swings and slides were gone, swallowed by the unnatural growth, leaving only a memory of laughter and childhood games. The silence here was deeper, less broken by the distant hum of the stone. Suddenly, a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. A shadow detached itself from the dense trees, impossibly tall and thin, its blood-red cloak shimmering faintly in the dim light. It was one of them, a sky hunter. It stood perfectly still, watching me. Its hood was a chasm of darkness, revealing no face, no discernible features. But I felt its gaze, ancient and cold, piercing through me. I gripped my left arm with my right hand, trying to steady my trembling body. The bird mark pulsed harder, a frantic vibration beneath my skin. The whispers returned, faint and sibilant, promising peace surrender. I closed my eyes for a fraction of a second, remembering the book, remembering the stone. My will, my defiance, that was my only weapon. I opened my eyes and stared directly at the cloaked figure, refusing to break eye contact, refusing to give in to the fear. I took a deep, shaky breath, and then a single word forced from my raw throat: no. The word, though soft, seemed to hang in the air, an audible disruption in the pervasive silence. The cloaked figure remained motionless for another moment. Then, with an almost imperceptible ripple in its form, it dissolved back into the shadows of the pines, vanishing as if it had never been there. My knees almost buckled, but I forced myself to remain standing. It hadn't pursued. My defiance, my vocalized refusal had been enough, for now. It seemed their power was indeed linked to silence, and even a single human word could disrupt their immediate proximity. This was a crucial piece of information. I pressed on, my confidence growing marginally. The path to Officer Miller's house was fraught with danger, but I knew I had a way to fend them off, even if only temporarily. I just couldn't give in to the silence, to the fear. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I recognized the street. It was Officer Miller's house, or what used to be. Like my own, it was dark, its windows empty. But unlike the other houses, this one seemed to have a faint, almost imperceptible glow emanating from one of the upstairs windows, a soft, ethereal blue light. The garden, once neatly kept, was now overgrown with the same uniform pines and phosphorescent fungi. But scattered amongst the fungi, in the strange, damp earth, were hundreds of small, gnarled pieces of wood, and they were all carved into the shape of birds. They littered the lawn, perched on the overgrown bushes, even hanging from the lower branches of the alien pines. Some were tiny, delicate, others rougher, larger. And from each of them, I felt a faint, almost imperceptible hum, a collective whisper that seemed to emanate from the house itself, from the blue light in the window. Officer Miller's daughter, she was here. I approached the house cautiously, my heart pounding. The front door was slightly ajar, just like the library's. No sign of struggle, just an invitation into the heart of the anomaly. I pushed the door open further, and a wave of the metallic tang, combined with that cloying sweetness, washed over me. The whispering hum intensified, a chorus of faint, sibilant sounds that seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the very air. The interior of the house was dark, shrouded in oppressive silence, save for the pervasive hum. I stepped inside, my bare feet sinking into a thick layer of dust. The air was stagnant, heavy. The living room was filled with more wooden birds, perched on every surface, the mantelpiece, the back of the couch, the coffee table. They seemed to watch me with their tiny, carved eyes. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible in the humming silence. "Is anyone here?" Officer Miller's daughter. No answer, only the whispering hum of the birds. I followed the blue light, which seemed to be coming from the top of the stairs. I ascended slowly, each creaking step of the old wooden staircase a jarring intrusion. The banister was covered in dust, and more carved birds nestled on each newel post. As I reached the top, the blue light grew stronger, emanating from a door at the end of the hallway. It was partially open. I pushed it gently, and the door swung inward with a soft groan. The room was a child's bedroom, but it was unlike anything I had ever seen. The walls were covered in crude drawings of the alien pine trees, and of course, hundreds, thousands of the wooden birds. They covered every surface, the bed, the dresser, the floor, hanging from the ceiling on almost invisible threads. The air was thick with their collective hum, a low, incessant whisper that was almost dizzying. And in the center of it all, sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by a swirling galaxy of the wooden birds, was a girl. She looked to be about 10 or 11, with long, tangled brown hair and wide, unblinking eyes that stared fixedly at something only she could see. She wore a simple nightgown, and her small, pale hands were constantly moving, carving another tiny bird from a small piece of wood with a rusty penknife. A faint blue luminescence emanated from her, matching the light from the window, and on the back of her hand, unmistakable, was the bird mark. It glowed softly, pulsing in sync with the humming birds around her. She was whispering, a constant, low murmur of sibilant sounds, unintelligible to my ears, but clearly a part of the pervasive hum. "Officer Miller's daughter," I asked, my voice soft, trying not to startle her. Are you okay?" Her head snapped towards me, her eyes, wide and unblinking, fixed on my face. There was a flicker of something human in them, a brief spark of fear, of confusion, but it was quickly replaced by that same empty, distant gaze. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice reedy and thin, barely audible above the hum. "They're listening, they're gathering." She raised her left hand, revealing the bird mark, and then pointed a trembling finger at my own right hand. "You have the mark, you hear them. They want you, for the cleansing, to join the song." My blood ran cold. She was aware, she knew, but her words were disjointed, her mind clearly affected. "The song?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "What song?" "The song of stillness," she whispered, her eyes darting around the room as if watching invisible dancers. "The great silence. It feeds them. They grow, they take, they make us sing their silent song." She lowered her hand and continued carving, her movements mechanical, endless. The humming of the birds intensified slightly around her. "Do you know about the shard of resonance?" I asked, desperate. "The singing stone, the old legends." She paused, her small, pale finger brushing against the crude wooden bird she was carving. A faint tremor went through her. The light, it hurts them, it makes them retreat, but it fades. It always fades, they come back. "Where is it?" I pressed. "The shard, do you know where it's hidden?" Her eyes, still distant, seemed to cloud over even further. She shook her head slowly. "Hidden, protected, they look for it too, to silence its song, to make the stillness absolute." She was no help, not in the way I had hoped. Her mind was too far gone. too deeply entwined with the Sky Hunter's influence. She was a conduit, a vessel, a living sensor for their presence, but also a prisoner. And then, as I watched her, a horrifying realization dawned on me. The blue light. It wasn't emanating from her. It was emanating from the window. The window overlooked the wooded hills to the north, the hills where the geological map had marked the meteor strike site. The shard, it was there, and its energy, even from a distance, was disrupting the Sky Hunter's presence enough for it to be visible as a faint, blue glow, just strong enough to reach Officer Miller's daughter, to subtly affect her, to make her responsive to my questions, however disjointed. And her mark, her sensitivity, allowed her to act as a kind of antenna, picking up on its distant energy. The Sky Hunters were looking for it, to silence it, just as they had been looking for me, a marked individual for the cleansing. My arrival had activated the singing stone, drawing their attention, but now the shard was beckoning. I felt a surge of cold dread. If the Sky Hunters found the shard, if they silenced it permanently, then all hope would be lost. The resonance of the singing stone in the square was temporary, a mere disruption. The shard was the key to a permanent defense, to pushing them back, perhaps even reversing their insidious work. I had to get to it, and I had to get there before them. I looked at the girl again, my heart aching. There was no way to save her right now. Her connection to the birds, to the Sky Hunters, was too deep. She was a tragic monument to their victory, a warning of my own potential fate. "I have to go," I whispered, my voice heavy with regret. She didn't respond, her fingers endlessly carving, her lips whispering the silent song. Her eyes remained fixed on the invisible world around her, her blue glow a testament to the distant, struggling power of the shard. I backed out of the room slowly, quietly. As I closed the door, the intense hum from within was muffled, replaced by the general eerie silence of the house, broken only by the distant hum of the singing stone in the square. I descended the stairs, my resolve hardening. My destination was clear, the wooded hills to the north, the meteor strike site, the shard of resonance. As I stepped out of Officer Miller's house, the air felt colder, the metallic tang stronger. The uniform pine trees seemed to press in closer, their shadows deeper, more menacing. The absence of birdsong, of any natural sound, was a palpable weight. The Sky Hunters were mobilizing. My temporary disruption had merely agitated them, and my journey to the shard would be a race against time, through the heart of their silent domain. I began to run, limping but determined, back down the overgrown street. The distant hum of the singing stone in the square grew stronger as I approached it, a welcome anchor in the encroaching gloom. I needed to pass through the square, to feel its protective resonance one last time, to gather my strength before venturing into the deep woods that now covered the hills. I burst into the square, gasping for breath, the low thrum of the boulder washing over me, temporarily pushing back the cold and the subtle whispers. The yellow light of the street lamps was still faint, but holding. The alien pines still surrounded the square, but they seemed less threatening under the stone's influence. My gaze swept towards the north, towards the dark, looming silhouette of the hills. They were now covered in an impossibly dense, uniform growth of the Sky Hunters' pines, stretching endlessly into the moonlit sky. It was a daunting prospect. I looked at the singing stone, its immense form pulsating with a silent power. It had protected me once. Could it protect me again, even from a distance? Or was its purpose merely to disrupt, to create an opening, not a permanent shield? My thoughts were interrupted by a new sound, not the low hum of the stone, nor the sibilant whispers of the birds. This was a sound that came from the sky, a low, guttural shriek, chilling and otherworldly, that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the silence. I looked up. The shimmering haze that obscured the moon was parting, swirling away like dark smoke, revealing a patch of the night sky. And within that patch, I saw them. Silhouettes impossibly large and dark, moving with an eerie, flowing grace. They weren't like the cloaked figures on the ground, which seemed to be ground-based constructs. These were winged, vast, their forms vaguely avian, but far more monstrous, more ancient, more alien. Their wings seemed to absorb the starlight, leaving only deeper shadows in their wake. They were the true sky hunters, descending from their star-flecked sky, drawn by the disturbance. One of them, larger than the rest, detached itself from the swirling mass and began to descend, its enormous wings beating silently, yet causing the very air to churn. It was coming for me, or for the shard. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. This was beyond anything I had anticipated. The cloaked figures on the ground were one thing. These winged monstrosities were another entirely. They were the source, the true power. The deep hum of the singing stone intensified, as if sensing the greater threat, pushing back with all its might. The ground beneath my feet trembled violently. The alien pines surrounding the square writhed and groaned, their branches cracking. The mark on my hand flared with agonizing heat, burning brighter than ever before. It was a beacon, a target, and it was screaming. Not the sibilant whispers, but a raw, unfiltered shriek of terror that seemed to echo from the deepest parts of my own being. It was the mark's connection to the sky hunters, amplifying their presence, drawing them closer. I stumbled back, clutching my burning hand, my eyes fixed on the descending monstrosity. It was vast, its shadow engulfing the entire square, plunging me into a momentary, terrifying darkness. Its form was indistinct, a ripple in the fabric of night, but its presence was undeniable, a crushing weight that stole the air from my lungs. I had to move, now. The shard was my only hope. I turned and ran, not towards the safety of the humming stone, but towards the north, towards the dark, looming hills. Every instinct screamed at me to hide, to surrender, but the image of my transformed mother, the silence of the town, the desperate whisper of the girl, fueled a stubborn, defiant fire. My bleeding feet pounded on the spongy earth, propelling me into the encroaching woods. The blue light from the shard, a distant beacon, shimmered tantalizingly on the horizon, just beyond the dense wall of pine. The hum of the singing stone faded rapidly behind me, replaced by the growing roar of the descending sky hunter, and the pervasive, sibilant whispers of the countless unseen birds that now filled the transformed forest. They seemed to awaken, to stir, their hum intensifying, flowing around me, trying to disorient, to overwhelm. I pushed through the initial thicket of pines, their needles scratching at my skin, their low branches snagging my clothes. The ground was uneven, covered in gnarled roots and slick, phosphorescent fungi. I stumbled, fell, and picked myself up, each movement an act of sheer will. The whispered chorus grew louder, a maddening cacophony of sibilant sounds that seemed to crawl into my mind, threatening to strip away my sanity, to force my submission. The bird mark on my hand burned relentlessly, pulling, tearing, trying to make me turn back, to give in. But I remembered the book, sustained sound that disrupts their energetic cohesion, my voice, my defiance. No, I screamed again, the word raw and desperate, tearing through the whispers, through the pain. You won't have me. The whispers faltered just for a moment, a momentary pause in their maddening chorus. It was enough, a small victory, a fleeting moment of clarity. I focused on the blue light in the distance, a lighthouse in the storm. The shard, it was my only hope. The ascent of the hills was brutal. The ground was steeper, slicker. The pines grew even closer here, their branches intertwining into an almost impenetrable canopy that blocked out the moon, plunging me into near total darkness. Only the faint, ethereal glow of the fungi lit my path, and the distant, unwavering blue beacon of the shard. As I climbed higher, the air grew colder, and the metallic tang, here in the heart of their domain, was almost suffocating. The whispers were constant now, a relentless drone that vibrated through my very bones. I could feel their presence all around me, not just the large winged sky hunter above, but countless smaller constructs, cloaked figures, lurking in the shadows of the dense pines, their cold gazes fixed on me. They were herding me, driving me towards a specific point. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the pervasive silence. My lungs burned, my legs ached, my feet were a bloody mess. I was at the absolute limit of my endurance. Suddenly, the whispers intensified, focusing into a single resonant voice in my mind, the same sibilant command from the cabin, but now amplified, impossible to ignore. The vessel is here. The mark is ready. Come, join us. The cleansing awaits. And then I saw it. Above me, where the blue light shone brightest, the trees parted slightly, revealing a small, circular clearing at the summit of the hill. It was ancient, surrounded by immense, gnarled pines that seemed even older, even more alien than the ones below. Their branches intertwined, forming a natural, silent dome. And in the center of the clearing, bathed in the ethereal blue glow, was an object. It was not a large, imposing crystal as I had imagined. It was small, no larger than my fist, and multifaceted like a rough-cut sapphire, but with an inner light that pulsed softly, rhythmically, with that same deep, comforting hum I had felt from the singing stone in the square. It was the shard of resonance. But it was not alone. Around the shard, forming a silent, watchful circle, stood a dozen cloaked figures, and among them, unmistakable in her renewed stillness, her blood-red cloak blending seamlessly with theirs, was my mother. Her hood was up, but I felt her ancient, cold gaze fixed on me, no longer filled with the subtle agitation, but with a chilling, predatory focus. And above them, slowly descending into the clearing, its massive, shadowed form blocking out the last vestiges of the sky, was the winged sky hunter. Its enormous shadow engulfed the clearing, and a new, deeper hum, a low, resonant thrum of immense power, emanated from it, causing the very ground to tremble. I had been led here, trapped. I stumbled into the clearing, collapsing to my knees in the spongy, fungus-covered earth. The blue light of the shard was almost blinding now, pulsing with frantic energy, trying to push back against the overwhelming presence of the sky hunters. The mark on my hand was screaming, searing hot, vibrating uncontrollably. The whispers were a deafening roar in my mind, promising oblivion, transformation, an end to the fight. My mother took a step forward, her movements unnervingly graceful. Her hand, long and skeletal, emerged from her cloak. My mother's hand, long and skeletal, emerged from her cloak, reaching towards me. It was not a gesture of comfort, but of absolute claim. The air crackled with a chilling energy, and the whispers, now a deafening chorus in my mind, promised an end to all pain, all struggle, if only I would yield. The large winged sky hunter above let out another silent shriek, a soundless scream that vibrated through my bones, threatening to shatter my resolve. My mind raced, clinging to the fragments of the book, to the memory of the singing stone's hum. Sustained energetic impulse, focused intent, human will. I had nothing left but my will, my anger, my fear, my desperate love for what was lost. My eyes, though blurry with exhaustion, fixed on the pulsing blue light of the shard. It was small, delicate, yet fighting with all its might against the crushing silence. It felt like a mirror of my own struggle. I pushed myself up slowly, painfully, my bleeding feet sinking into the spongy earth. The mark on my hand screamed, but I forced my gaze away from it, focusing solely on the shard. The sky hunters expected surrender, for me to walk towards my mother, towards the cleansing, but I wouldn't. No, I croaked, my voice raw, barely a whisper against the roaring silence in my head, but it was a word of defiance. I won't join you. I won't be silent. My mother's skeletal hand paused midair. The cloaked figures around the shard stiffened. The massive winged creature above hesitated in its descent, its enormous shadow flickering. My defiance was a discordant note in their perfect harmony of silence. With a surge of desperate strength, I stumbled forward, not towards my mother, but directly towards the shard of resonance. It was a perilous dash, a sprint of broken will and raw pain, straight into the heart of their trap. The cloaked figures moved, suddenly, with a chilling speed, their blood-red forms rippling, trying to intercept me. My mother glided forward, her hand extending, her every movement radiating cold, ancient power. The winged sky hunter descended faster, its crushing presence enveloping me. The mark on my hand flared into unbearable agony, a white-hot brand screaming betrayal. The whispers surged, lashing at my mind, trying to tear my thoughts apart. But I held on, my vision tunneled, fixed only on the blue light. I lunged, collapsing onto the spongy earth right at the base of the shard. My outstretched hand, the one bearing the burning mark, closed around the small, multifaceted crystal. A searing shock coursed through me, 1,000 volts of pure, raw energy. It was like touching a miniature sun, a sun made of pure vibrational sound. The mark on my hand burned hotter than ever before, but this time it was different. It wasn't just agony, it was a battle. The shard's power, a pure, resonant vibration, was fighting against the Sky Hunter's brand, against the very essence of the silence it represented. My body convulsed. I could feel my own life force, my energy, being drained, pulled, but also amplified, channeled. The ancient text's warning echoed in my mind. Prolonged or excessive use can lead to profound exhaustion, even the absorption of the activator's own vibratory essence. This was the cost. But I had no choice. "Get out!" I screamed, a guttural roar torn from the deepest part of my being, fueled by every lost memory, every stolen moment, every ounce of grief and defiance. "Get out of MY Town. Leave US alone." As my scream ripped through the air, amplified by the shard, a blinding wave of blue light erupted from the crystal, surging outwards. It wasn't a gentle glow. It was a sonic blast, a pure resonant force that tore through the pervasive silence. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. The cloaked figures shrieked, a soundless scream that was somehow audible in its horror. Their blood-red fabrics began to unravel, to tear, like old cloth caught in a hurricane. Their forms shimmered, distorting, elongating, then snapping back, shrinking, flickering. They stumbled back, not with their usual grace, but with raw, uncontrolled agitation, clutching at their hoods, at their very essence, as if in unbearable pain. My mother's figure staggered, a violent tremor shaking her entire form. Her hood flew back, completely, this time revealing the horrifying truth. It was a skull, ancient and devoid of flesh, its empty eye sockets burning with the cold, pale light I had glimpsed before. But now, in the face of the shard's radiant song, the light in those eyes flickered, dimmed, and then, for a fleeting, heartbreaking moment, was replaced by a familiar warmth, a flash of recognition of my mother's eyes, wide with horror and a desperate plea, before the cold light reasserted itself, battling for control. Then, with a final, shuddering gasp that seemed to echo from deep within the bone, she dissolved, her red cloak falling to the spongy earth as an empty, lifeless fabric. My scream intensified, fueled by the agonizing glimpse of my mother, by the fresh wave of grief and rage. The blue light from the shard pulsed violently, its hum growing into a deafening roar that vibrated through every atom of the clearing. The immense winged sky hunter above shrieked again, its form writhing, tearing at the fabric of the sky. Its vast, shadowy wings began to shred, dissipating like smoke. The crushing presence it exuded fractured, dissolving into nothingness. With a final, silent roar of pain and fury, it was gone, absorbed by the growing wave of resonance. The ancient pines surrounding the clearing convulsed, their dark gray bark cracking open, revealing glimpses of natural wood beneath. Their needles fell in a torrential rain of dry husks, revealing the familiar green leaves of oak and maple, shimmering uncertainly in the expanding blue light. The spongy, fungus-covered earth buckled and split, and beneath it I could see glimpses of cobblestones, of asphalt, struggling to re-emerge. The silent legion of birds, the pervasive hum that had haunted me for so long, broke. It was replaced by a chaotic, terrified fluttering, a frantic, desperate cacophony of sound, as thousands of unseen entities tried to flee the searing resonance. They were tearing away from the town, from the valley, scattering into the distant, still darkened sky. The sky hunters, the cloaked figures, shattered, not like my mother, who had briefly shown a flicker of her former self, but simply dissolving into wisps of shadow, dissipating into nothingness under the relentless assault of the shard's song. The clearing was empty save for me, the shard and the empty red cloak. I collapsed, still clutching the shard, its blue light pulsing around my hand, radiating outwards. The pain was immense, but it was receding, replaced by a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. The mark on my hand, though still faint, no longer burned. It felt cold, inert, as if its connection had been severed, its power broken. The blue light, though still strong, began to soften, to diffuse. It reached out, spilling down the hill, washing over the transformed town, and everywhere it touched, the stillness broke. From the town below, a faint sound reached me, not the hum of the stone nor the whispers, but the soft, natural rustle of leaves in the wind, the faint chirping of a cricket, and then a sound I hadn't heard in what felt like an eternity, the distant, familiar chime of the clock tower striking the hour, 1 o'clock. The moon, fully unveiled now, shone with a clear, silver light, no longer obscured by the shimmering haze. The sickly green streetlights flickered one last time, then solidified into their warm, familiar yellow glow. The twisted pines dissolved completely, revealing the familiar maples and oaks of Havenwood, their branches swaying gently in the night breeze. The spongy earth and phosphorescent fungi withered and disappeared, revealing the cobblestones of the town square, the asphalt streets, the manicured lawns. It was returning. Havenwood was returning. The blue light from the shard continued to pulse, gently now, like a heart beating in time with the reawakening world. It was a beacon, a barrier, radiating a constant, subtle hum that pushed back the remnants of the silence, keeping the darkness at bay. I lay there for a long time, clutching the shard, my body trembling, my mind reeling. I had won. At a cost I couldn't yet fully comprehend, but I had won. My mother was gone. My family, Officer Miller, his daughter, everyone transformed, Everyone who had been absorbed into the Silent Legion, they were gone. Their forms had been constructs, their essences absorbed. The Sky Hunters hadn't just taken them, they had erased them. The empty cloak was all that remained of my mother. A profound sadness washed over me, a grief so immense it almost overshadowed the victory. I had saved the town, but I hadn't brought back the people. The fight had been to break their hold, to stop the spread, to prevent more losses. And that I had done. Slowly, carefully, I pushed myself up. The shard in my hand felt warm now, a comforting weight. It was humming, a soft, deep thrum that permeated the air, filling the silence with its protective song. It wasn't fading, it was stable, it was here to stay. I looked down at Havenwood, reborn under the clear moonlight. It was still dark, the houses empty, silent not with the oppression of the Sky Hunters, but with the natural quiet of a sleeping town. The fear was gone, replaced by a lingering sense of loss, but also a burgeoning hope. The Sky Hunters had been pushed back, their domain shattered, but their true form is said to be formless, a ripple in the fabric of reality. They were not destroyed, merely repelled. They would be out there, beyond the reach of the Shard's song, waiting, perhaps for centuries, for another opportunity. But now Havenwood was protected. The Shard and the singing stone in the square, working in tandem, created a perpetual field of resonance, a silent guardian against the encroaching stillness. I looked at my hand. The birthmark was almost entirely gone, a faint silvery scar, a ghost of what it had been. It was a reminder, a brand of my battle, a testament to the connection I had held and broken. I was still marked, perhaps forever changed, but I was not claimed. My journey had started with fear, with running, with the terrifying realization that my home was under attack. It had led me through unimaginable horrors to the brink of despair. But now, clutching the shard of resonance, standing on the reformed hill overlooking my reformed town, I felt a new sense of purpose. I was the guardian, the last one, the one who had saved Havenwood. The morning light, pale and golden, began to touch the eastern horizon, chasing away the last vestiges of night. The shard pulsed softly in my hand, reflecting the dawn, its blue light merging with the sun's first rays. The world was awake again, and I was ready, my eyes fixed on the distant hills, on the deep, natural woods that stretched beyond the shard's protective aura. I knew the fight was never truly over, but for now, Havenwood was safe, and I would ensure it stayed that way.